to attack. You click clack it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You click clack it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You click clack it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You click clack it when you attack it.
Click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you
clock and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clock and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clock and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clock and when you attack it and click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click clack, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click clack, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack and when you attack it and click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone?
Alright, they can hear me, but I don't see your thing going. Wait, no, it for some reason changed my output. There we go, now you can be heard.
Hello!
There we are.
Testing, testing.
You are being picked up.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us this evening for, I don't know what day of our...
Number 7. Number 7,
But
Bill!
It's the last.
Is it the last one?
day.
Oh, for the last day then of our charity week.
It's the last one,
where we
my
are,
lord.
where we are collecting funds for Trans Life Support. What is the name of our
Trans
of the thing
Lifeline.
we
Close. Trans Lifeline.
Trans Lifeline, thank you. And our community has been so awesome. We've saved up nearly 2,500, which is crazy. That is our current goal that we're pushing towards, and hopefully, as the process of whether y'all donate a little bit more or not, you can enjoy this little game that we're going to throw together, called Avatar Legends, the role-playing game, which is the official Avatar: The Last Airbender role-playing game. We'll have to see how this goes. I'm very excited for it. Avatar: The Last Airbender is my favorite show, period. So hopefully I do it justice. Let's get us to introduce ourselves. I'm Trevor. Hello. I'll be your Master of Gaming trademark. That's not real, but it's not a dungeon master. I'll be your GM this evening. and very much on the fly run of how this thing goes. I'll be doing very little typing, so we'll just hopefully my brain can keep track of the notes that need to be taken of the characters and such. But up to my
I got
this
it.
way.
I got it up.
Yeah, this way is Ben. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm playing Tenno of the Northern Water Tribe. I'm usually here doing the other streams and all the other whatchamajiggers. Yeah, let's move on to our new friends.
Whatchamajiggers are very important. Please,
Whatchamajiggers are
please
the
keep
most
doing.
important thing in a stream.
They are.
Next up, Adrian.
Hello, Adrian. I'm new, and I'm playing Han. And I'm excited.
Awesome. I forgot I should also probably say my pronouns are he, him, but I'll respond as long as I know you're talking to me.
Mine are also he, him.
Mine are they, them.
And Kat,
Hello.
who's made so many appearances this week,
So many.
as has been.
I know. So many. I am Kat. My pronouns are also they, them. And I will be playing Yuka of the Southern Water Tribe, but also of the Fire Nation.
What?
That's ridiculous.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Can't allow this.
Well, with us introduced, unless is there any other housekeeping that we should do, Ben? Or
no. We're not gonna have an intro this time because
there's no intro. I apologize. There's also no trademarked, recognizable Avatar music. We couldn't shell out that
we
money.
have our nice you're in a meditation massage parlor music, and unfortunately we don't have a buff man there to rub down your shoulders. But hopefully our voices will do something similar.
Our buff voices.
If we can just get
Super
Miles
buff.
to come in and say just relax every 25 minutes, I think that'd be fine.
Well, in that case, let's just jump right into this. Ready or not, here we go. Into the... Oddly enough, there's no name for the world of Avatar. It's called Earth. So off we jump to the world of Avatar.
It's just
Didn't realize it was just Earth.
Yeah, it's also not even really called that in universe.
Okay.
oh my.
All right.
Can you lay down, please?
On a sunny, very pleasant morning, we zoom in with our camera onto the lovely city of Gaoling, which is the capital city of the Gaoling region, on the southern side of the Earth Kingdom. To the west, the mystifying swamp expanse. To the right, the Nanshan River, but much closer, the Gaoling River, which is right along the side. And to the north, the massive expanse of the Siwang Desert.
Yes, James, it's Earth.
It's Earth. Earth. The planet Earth.
I'm an Earthbender.
In this lovely capital city, for those interested, the timeline that this will be taking place in, because there's a number of points in the Avatar timeline that we can hop in, and we are hopping in the year of 310 BG. That's not an in-universe name, because the world of Avatar does a very bad job of providing its characters with a measure of time, but this is 310 years before the Airbender genocide of the 100 Years' War. So that is how you can know. This is the era of Avatar Kyoshi. However, important to know, the former Avatar Kuruk, died 2 years ago. And there have been 2 years without any Avatar being immediately identified, which has led to a lot of unrest throughout the world, especially in the Earth Kingdom. With the lack of the very important political and symbolic role of the Avatar, a lot of forces that normally have stayed in their lanes, stayed in their seedy shadows, have seized the moment to rise to greater power. In the Earth Kingdom, the Dao Fei, large bandit groups, have begun to resurge. And on the ocean, the infamous Fifth Nation, an entire group of pirates, mostly hailing from the water tribes of the North and South, as well as some firebenders, or Fire Nations, have begun to spread out into the other oceans of the world, and begun to cause much chaos, as the local authorities have done little to ease either of these issues. So for the most part, most cities and most countries, even those under the control protection of the Earth Kingdom, tend to fend for themselves. We return to Gaoling, this lovely city that is a fairly rich part of the Earth Kingdom. Several parts of the Earth Kingdom are very dusty, very dirty is not the right word, but tend to be a more dry, rocky part of the world. Whereas Gaoling is fairly lush, having sprung up by a rather large river, and also being next to the mystifying swamp expanse. A fairly decent settlement has risen up here. And as we zoom in the camera even further, into a little tavern, we find our three characters enjoying their morning, having woken up from wherever they were spending their evening, and decided to meet up for some breakfast in the main room of this inn. First of all, Tenno. It does always start in a tavern. Has to.
Always.
Tenno, would you mind describing your character? And what are you up to?
Yeah. Tenno is... He bears the look and some of the color scheme of the Northern Water Tribe, but a cursory glance at him would make you think he literally just walked out of the woods this afternoon. Like twigs and leaves in his hair, very sweaty all the time, doesn't smell great, but he is kind of just like hunched over some food and eating it with his hands.
Sitting across the way, two other people are joined with him at the table. We see Yuka. Would you introduce your character, Yuka?
Yeah, so Yuka looks kind of interesting because color-wise, in her skin and in her hair, looks like someone you would see in the Southern Water Tribe, except her eyes are like a gold... Oh my god, please, Hamlet. Her eyes are like this golden color rather than what you would expect to be blue. And most of her clothes are just red, the Fire Nation colors, but she does have her hair in kind of like the way that Korra styles it at the front, where it's got like little, I don't know what to call them, but the little things next to her face that
hair
part
loopies?
the
Do you
front
mean
of her hair.
Katara?
Yeah,
Or do you mean
Hair
like the
loopies.
little duplets?
not
mean
not the
Katara?
loopies.
But
Not
Korra,
the
Korra
has,
just
like,
has
the
like
little, like,
two like
sideburns.
ponytails, like
Korra, yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're talking about
Hamlet,
Katara.
please.
The
Korra,
No.
not Katara.
long sideburns.
I mean Korra.
Korra's things,
Yeah.
not Katara's loops.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah. So she's got that, and then part of her hair tendrils. Yeah, sure, tendrils. And then she has a bun with a water pendant. Shut up. Water pendant. But the rest of her hair is down. She's fairly short, I would say. But yeah,
Whoop,
she's
did
sweet.
not mean to grab that.
And also sitting at the table is Han Zishin.
Yes. Okay, so Han is pretty sturdy looking. He's pretty broad and tall. And he looks pretty Earth Kingdom. He's got a darker complexion and black hair that's a little longer, kind of going backwards. The most notable feature about him is he's missing his left arm from about the elbow down, and he's got some scarring that goes up his shoulder and a little onto his face. But otherwise, he does look your standard Earth Kingdom, dark gray eyes, black hair, very sturdy Earthbender build.
Cool. Yuka, or not Yuka, Han, this is your hometown, and you've actually been watching your family stall. You have a long history with this place, obviously, because you know bandits have been a more prevalent problem here. And so far, bandit activity has been non-existent since you've been home. You've kept a watchful eye, and it seems to be a nice, peaceful morning as you all are eating some breakfast. And your table is approached by Sashi, the lovely innkeeper who has allowed you to stay in his spot for a fairly low price because she happens to know Han pretty well. Sashi, this short little woman, Earth Kingdom, in a lovely green but very modest clothing, approaches the table. Good morning to you all. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Fairly well.
You sleep well?
Very
Yeah.
well, thank you.
Well as it could be.
Not the same as out in the woods, but I guess it's okay.
Well, I would hope that my spot is a little bit better than the woods. Do I need to change the mattresses?
No. What? No. Goes back
Well,
and
if you
starts
say so.
drinking a bowl of soup.
I'll get you some more of that. Well, if you need anything from me, let me know. But I'm always available. What are you three up to today? You have anything fun planned? As she's kind of gathering together some of the plates that you've mostly finished at this point.
I like to think that in front of Tenno, there's like a stack of bowls, kind of like, you know, your usual anime character or Goku. It's like he's finished like 6 or 7 of these and he's still going.
Cool. Well, at that point, after a few more minutes of you guys finishing up your meal, chatting amongst yourselves, you really don't have any plans for the day. You were actually figuring that fairly soon might be a good idea to head out back to wherever you were before. But near the end of your meal, you happen to notice two gruff-looking individuals, come in through the main tavern doorway. And they are looking around, and you know, Han, you recognize this look. This is the look of, not necessarily, you don't want to jump to conclusions, but you have seen this look before in people that seem to be casing a joint. They are kind of looking around like, not looking at any of the people and more looking at the place itself. One of them saunters up, a gruff individual with a very thick beard, walks up to the main desk where Sashi is and says, Hey ma'am, you got any good alcohol here? I know you probably don't. Sashi gives him a look and it seems a little early for things to drink, gentlemen, but if you...
It's a
Sure.
weird way to ask if somebody has something at a store.
It's an inn.
Sorry, in store. This is Tenno in character, fully like, that's a really weird way to ask.
She serves them at the counter. They each get a mug of some innocuous thing, and then go and sit in a corner and start muttering to themselves. You have not seen either of these individuals before. What do you do?
All right. Trying to see. I'm looking through the things we can do.
Yes, bear with us. Very new, different
There's
system.
45. Yeah. And sorry about that interruption. There's 45 people in this house. Let's see.
I think Yuka's just like low-key trying not to stare at these people. She's more just offended that somebody was
I feel like
rude.
Han is probably like
First
like
thing in the
very much,
morning.
like keeping an eye on them.
Oh,
He is very.
Tenno very overtly is like sitting backwards in his chair, just looking at them.
Would any
I
of
could
you like
intimidate
to? We're going to reference a basic move here. Would any of you like to assess the situation?
Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Gotcha. So you are going to roll with creativity.
Oh, boy.
We'll have you do it, Tenno, because you brought it up. Yeah, that was you.
Okay.
You said that, not
yes,
me.
I did. Yes, I did.
Roll with creativity.
Okay, let me find where my creativity is.
You should have a modifier of it
Uh,
on your playbook.
on my playbook. Oh, good. -1.
If you don't want to do that, you can take a
No,
different
no,
basic
it's-
move, or
it's-
someone else could.
It's too late, man.
I could intimidate.
2.
2. That is a miss,
That's
unfortunately.
good, right?
2.
Can I try?
It
We are
doesn't-
We're doing well so far.
So,
I'll try.
What are you doing to try and assess them, Tenno?
Just I don't feel like he's doing a very good job. He's turned his chair around like he's trying to be the cool guy in the school, and he's like sitting on it backwards, staring at them with his head on the back of the chair. And he's not he's not very chill about it.
Yeah. Especially since you're being very blatant about it, you looking at them straight on, you notice these guys are not muttering to themselves. They're very much kind of sitting in a corner, kind of looking back outward, almost having that uncomfortable daring other people to look at them type of face. And you staring at them, they lock eyes with you almost immediately. And they then look to each other. And then they just kind of stare back at you. They're not doing anything else. Did one of you
Yuka
want to
would kind of-
assess the situation?
Yeah, Yuka's gonna kind of put her hand on Tenno's shoulder and just be like, "Come on, like turn back
See
around,
something
please."
you like?
But as she's doing that, like you say that, and her grip like tightens on your shoulder, and as she is trying to like herd him back into the table, she does look at them and try and get a
Assess the
nice
situation.
read.
Roll with creativity.
That's a 7.
7's a hit. So you can ask one question. Do you have assess the situation before you? Might be on that aid, but otherwise I can tell you the questions.
Yes. Is it basic techniques, you said?
Basic moves, different from techniques.
It's in the basic
Character
rule set
reference,
thing.
I think. Yeah.
Oh,
But I can-
gotcha.
Gotcha.
No, I found
so
it.
You can ask one question of me, and also you gain +1 ongoing when acting on the question that you learn.
Okay. Ooh, I'm looking at the questions. I guess I would say, who is the biggest threat? Like, compared, like, knowing our skill sets,
Knowing
do
your
they
skill
look
sets.
like somebody, like, knowing us,
Gotcha.
do they look like somebody that I should be
gauging
considering?
who
threat?
or what in your range is the biggest threat. You guys have traveled for at least a little bit with each other, and you can tell, or at least assess currently, that the biggest threat in the room is probably you three, at least in terms of sheer capability. You three are active benders. You don't know what about these guys, but at least in terms of the other two, it doesn't look like they are carrying themselves of we are immediately going to overpower whatever threat may come up. So now you have a plus going forward when acting on that fact, that you are the biggest threat here.
Okay. Yeah, I think she would just kind of like, having tried to move Tenno back into their own realm of focus, being like, okay, I don't think there's anything to worry about, so can we just enjoy breakfast, maybe?
Fine.
Thank you.
Han, were you doing anything?
I was considering
This is payback
intimidating
for all the
them.
months of Avalon.
Yeah. It's like, what do you mean Cat's playing a sweet sweetheart?
I know, right? I was like, ooh, an opportunity.
I just want to be nice.
Cool. So you're not doing anything at the moment, Han?
I'm considering at some point intimidating, but right now I'm just gonna wait and see if they do anything else.
Yeah.
I-
Just kind of... Oh,
You're good, sorry.
I have a problem of talking over others. So while you just kind of wait, and you're seeing if anyone makes a move, you're just kind of tensed up. In that way of when someone uncomfortable is in the room, you're kind of trying to have that 3D vision of the space without looking at the thing that's making you uncomfortable. And
It's me. It's always me.
for the most part, it's Tenno, but you've gotten used to Tenno. Tenno's a bore, but he's a good guy. These guys don't seem to be doing much. You see some more people filter in, filter out, and for the most part, whenever anyone walks in, whenever a local kind of enters the tavern, some are coming from upstairs, coming down, some are coming in from outside just to relax. Most of them will check the two in the corner, pretend that they don't notice anything that makes them uncomfortable, and then leave the space. So you aren't the only, for the most part, it's just you three and these two, but they don't seem to be making any moves. At least for a couple minutes.
Hi.
Well, in that, if y'all are just waiting there, you wrap up your lunch, and the morning is yours. You have, we could say you have some local friends. If you all wanted to start prepping to head back to Ba Sing Se, if you wanted to do that, you know, Han, that your mentor, you hope he's your mentor, your hopefully mentor, Jang Jen, he had mentioned that the Bei Fong family lives here. Lives a little bit further into town. And you were instructed to go talk to this individual, try and get on his good side. So that was one thing that you've been toying to do with your day.
Just clarifying, that's not the same person I'm after, is it? No,
You're after?
Or I'm trying to learn from. I'm talking about Jing.
I was gonna say the mentor. I think that was.
Jangju, yes,
Jing
sorry.
Ju, yes,
Is-
okay.
Jangju is
it's
off
Tenno?
in Ba Sing Se, but
Got
he
it.
had wanted you to go meet Liu Bei Fong if you were ever
That's
wanting
right,
to
okay.
get in his good graces.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or Han.
Sorry, Tenno.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I was like, oh my god, you too?
I was like, that's not my mentor's name.
For Han, your family and your family's store is still in town.
All right, cool.
So none of you really have any obligations, and you could literally spend your entire day here in the tavern if you wanted.
Let's
Well,
go shopping.
You know, I do want to get this done so I can make it back and actually get some training done. This has been a long and annoying trip. Not because of you guys. I mean, just in general. I mean, like we spent that whole
I was
week,
about to say.
No, we spent that whole week in the swamp, and like those guys were a lot. Anyway,
I mean, yeah. It's a swamp. It's always going to be a lot. I mean, it's muggy.
Okay. I want to go to the Bay Fox. Look, Yuka, you can do whatever you want to do. Han, if you want to come with me, that'd be great too. But I think I need to do that today before we do anything else.
I mean, what's so special about the Bayfongs?
I
mean,
don't
are they
know,
just
okay? I just was told to
They're
go talk
rich?
to them. Yeah, they're
Yes,
rich.
what you would know, Yuka, you would definitely know that the Beifong name is definitely a name that carries some weight in the Earth Kingdom. You've heard your dad mention it a few times, even all the way back in the Fire Nation. He is at least the wealthiest man locally, and the Beifong family is very well positioned in politics and other things. They often have a lot to do with the Earth King himself, and the Beifong estate is in Gowling.
Look, I don't want to, like, make this a whole thing, but the sooner I can get this done, like, get out of here, that'd be the best, honestly.
I mean, I think you are kind of making it a whole thing, so... But honestly, I mean, if y'all are going to the Bayfongs, then I might as well come too. It'd be nice to meet them.
Fine. And he will
To go
go
inside.
out
So,
there.
are we
It's just like-
going to the Bayfong family?
You all
Literal
get
steam coming off of his head.
yeah. The three of you eventually stand, and seeing that the two individuals still kind of just sit there in the corner, but not doing anything. Innocent. Just suspicious looking. You three stand up and make your way further into town and aim for the most expensive looking building. As you are walking, you pass by a bunch of shops. This is a fairly well-off city, at least in terms of this early point in history. We've got a bunch of houses. It's fairly lush around here. As you pass by a pasture or two, you notice that there's a bunch of dog sheep and a bunch of other combination animals local here. The dog sheep, you see, basically they are a bunch of dogs that have the wool of sheep, and it often covers their eyes, and they're big fluffy things that run up excitedly barking at the pens as they see people pass by. One definitely gets in range of you to pet it.
Oh, I'm petting that dog. Sheep.
Dog sheep. Yeah, it's my
Dog.
You have to go find my dog. Your dog. What?
You reach out and you pet the dog sheep. Very, very sweet thing. It is not as lively or active as a lot of dogs, but definitely more sociable than a lot of sheep. And super soft wool nuzzles into your hand and goes about its business, playing with the other dog sheep.
Oh, so nice.
You see that a lot of people, you've been around here for a bit. The locals are kind of waving at you. Most of them have learned your names or at least recognize your faces. And it seems to be a very kind, like, not really greeting you from afar, but hand wave, smile on the face. It's early in the morning. It's a nice day. And you do also notice that there are a few other faces here and there that are not the faces that you recognize. You definitely don't know everyone here, but Yuka, not Yuka, I keep going, Yuka, some of the people are not locals, and they remind you of the other individuals that you saw in the tavern, and they're just kind of lounging about here and there, usually in groups of two, just kind of looking around. And they do not greet you guys. Do you do anything on your way there, or do you just make your way still to the Beifong estate?
I will continue to the Beifong estate.
Yeah. For the weirdos, but mostly just keep moving. Try to pick up if there's anything notably odd happening, or if there's just people.
Oh, do you want to assess the situation?
Sure. I think I have 0 creativity, so this is gonna go over me. um, what is that? 4.
4 unfortunately is a miss.
Dang.
But all that means is you try and gauge these individuals in a passing by manner, and you don't get much from them. All that really happens is you almost inevitably lock eyes with them, and then they kind of just hold your gaze, and eventually will break it themselves unless you pass by further away.
Do they have the same vibe as the people from the tavern inn?
Exact same vibe.
I would like to buy some flowers, like from a street vendor, like as we're walking, just to buy some flowers for the Bayfongs, because
Sure.
Show up
You
in
see,
hand.
you quickly see that there's a lovely floral shop with some very pretty assortments and groupings of flowers, some fresh cuts, things that are still growing in a decent stand. Man and woman are both manning the stand, and they greet you as you approach. Oh, hello,
Yep. I'll just
says the older woman.
just one of the nicest bouquets, please.
Ooh, the nicest bouquets. Any color preference? Any? Is it for a certain someone?
Not housewarming, but like a gift for a host.
A host. They look around and find
just
some.
a nice gift.
Yeah. They find basically, instead of having a theme, they collect a few assortments and create just a nice, colorful bouquet. Nothing specific.
Tano's currently in the background picking his nose, and he pulls it out. He's like, and he freezes it and flicks the frozen booger.
Cool.
I feel like that would be an Avatar scene. You'd have
Like clatter. This is the only booger that you guys have come across that like clattered when it hit the dusty pavement.
Gross.
You pay a few copper pieces. You don't need to keep track of money. But but it's some change that you have. But you with your traveling money, this is a fairly good priced little bouquet, and they happily hand it to you. Hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. She's
Thank
just like wanders back to the boys and is just like, "Hi, let's go."
I hope you aren't intending to gift that to the Bayfongs.
Is that dinner? Are we having a salad?
No, Tenno, it's not dinner. It is for the Bayfongs. You shouldn't be showing up empty-handed. They're
I've done
rich.
very little for Gowling. I would not.
Do I look like I would be the person who would have gifts?
Well,
Oh,
I'm
wait,
still
let
going
me-
to
let
bring
me-
them a gift. If we're showing up to their estate, I'm not going to show up empty-handed.
Goes to-
And flowers are
He
flowers.
Picks up the tiny frozen booger. Got it.
I'll show up empty-handed.
That's so gross.
Sorry.
You also only
And
have one hand, so
he shifts so it looks kind of like a nice swirly pendant, but at the core of it is this booger.
that's so gross.
Perhaps if the Bayfongs had done more for this city, I would have 2 hands.
Okay. Anyway, let's go.
Yeah, you all keep walking with that.
That is rough.
Oh, kind of with that tense,
Handsome.
tense air. You all continue to make your way into the Bayfong estate, and you reach this large area, big, not gated community because it's just a single large building, but there's a large gate around it. You notice it's not like a big sealed off thing, but there are some attendants, some well-dressed, garb-looking individuals that kind of acknowledge you as you come in, kind of look you up and down, and one approaches you. Business?
I was asked to come here by my master to give his greetings and well wishes. I have a gift. He hands over the booger pendant.
He takes it. And kind of looks it up and down as he's handling it.
It's a very rare ore in the center. I mined it myself.
He doesn't give much comment to it, but clearly does not recognize what it is. He hands it back to you. The name of this master?
Oh, Zhengzhu.
He clearly takes some weight to that name. And he says, right this way. And he begins walking slowly up the short path.
You know, Yuka, maybe you were right. You know, having this gift really did help. I'm sure they'll love it.
You three follow them up the path. This one individual. You see a few more guards, and you see, Yuka, that there's a lot of flowers in this garden. There's a lot of very nice, some of them obviously more expensive flowers being currently tended to by staff. You can tell that this is a clearly well-off, opulent estate.
Gotcha. Yeah, she's still holding onto the bouquet, just like, okay.
Yeah. You get to the
Nervous.
front door, and the guard basically hands you off to another attendant who then asks you the same, and then leads you further into the building.
Here, it's a nice little pendant with a interesting ore in the center of it.
This is an older gentleman who's kind of bent over, a little scrawny, but also very well dressed, and says, "I'm quite good, thank you. I don't need to see it. It's for Mr. Beifong, after all.
Absolutely.
If you'll follow me, he is currently at breakfast with his family, so it may be a bit of a delay."
That's totally fine.
He leads you into basically a waiting room. Clearly, this is
Oh no,
a place that
I'm
people.
Good. I've already eaten. I don't need to go in. I can
He
inform.
he looks you three over and says, "Pardon me, but please try not to. Just be careful, please." And he will kind of shuffle out into another room. And you are left alone in this room.
Yuka will just kind of like sit, very poised, but like obviously very nervous.
You three do anything in this room? You just wait it out?
Yeah.
Alright.
Adrian, I cannot hear you.
What happened? Okay, is it back?
Oh,
Yes.
I lagged for
Yeah.
a second.
You three take a seat in some of the very nice furniture.
What did you bring as gifts? Well, we brought the sound of one hand clapping, a booger wrapped in ice, and some flowers you probably already have.
And you see, the old gentleman comes back in. Mr. Beifong will see you now.
Oh, sweet.
thank you.
Please wait here. And he will, he goes back in, and then after a very short moment, comes back out with this very, even more so than certainly the staff, but definitely, it's the best dressed you have seen here, Han, and any of you. But knowing this place even better, this is some high-level, expensive, very emerald green, ornate, somewhat bejeweled clothing, as the elderly Liu Beifong comes out, taller individual with graying hair.
Yo.
Yes.
Uh,
Hello.
sorry, I was told to do this properly, and he will bow, and say, "My master Zhengzhu asked me to come and correspond with you. He didn't really say much more than that."
Oh, I see. Zhengzhu. All right. What was your name, sir?
Tenno of the Northern Water Tribe.
It is a pleasure to know. He bends, not that low, but it is the weighty, short bow of a very important individual.
Yuka will also
His eyes.
Yuka will
what?
also bow and be like, "Oh, and we got these for you," and hand over the bouquet of flowers, just as a thank you for having us.
He does not extend his hands, but he does not give the. You can tell that this is merely a method of his upbringing rather than a immediate. Oh, ew, gross. He does not like reach for them, but instead kind of gestures for the elderly individual, and the elderly individual will come graciously take them, and just kind of disappears with them.
Very quickly, just
Thank you so much.
pin the booger pendant
Of course.
on the elderly man.
How many did you make?
Just
Which
the one.
elderly
They
man?
kept- They kept giving it back to me. The one who took the flowers.
Gotcha. He thinks for a moment. He's like, "You said he didn't have any specific job for you while you were here?"
No, not particularly. I was hoping it would be something to do with training, but no, he didn't really say very much. Just
Training.
stop in on you.
Well, I did happen to be free on this fine morning. Well, if you don't mind, you could go check out the river, make sure that the trade is going. He's like didn't have something planned for you to do. He's like, in terms of a trainer, I could find something in the next couple of days or so. Quite
no.
busy, you know. Perhaps my Shu. He kind of like turns behind him and calls behind him, Shu. Shu.
I didn't. This wasn't the route I was going for.
And after a moment, a younger individual, only slightly older than you, in fact, he might be younger than you guys, but very opulently dressed, shorter teenage boy comes in. Yes, grandfather? Find some activity for my good friend Tenno here. He could use some training, at least in the meantime. Surely you can get some use out of that training that I pay so much for. And Shu looks very put out and is just, of course, grandfather. He just kind of stands there.
Tenno
And
kind of
Lu-
like pricks his ears. I was like, is this kid looking down on me? I don't know if there's a move that I can see, if I can be like...
Let me see. If you're trying to gauge how he's
What up
feeling,
with this
you
shit?
could assess the situation.
I guess.
Well,
Yeah, that might be it. Or rapid assessment. I know that's
Rapid assessment.
more of a technique, but yeah. Does this kid think he's better than me? I already know the answer, but...
Gotcha. If you're just trying to gauge this kid, we'll make it another assess a situation.
Okay.
And if you can come up with a more specific question like the one that you had, we can add it to the list of things you can ask.
Well, let's just roll. Okay. 8.
8. That's it. That's a hit. You can ask any question of me about this kid.
I'll go with, does this kid think he's better than me? Like, is he looking...
Absolutely.
Is he looking down on me right now?
Absolutely, he does. This young teenage kid has a classic case of growing up thinking he's the most important figure in the world.
Tenno will bow a little bit deeper. Like, I appreciate you taking the time to train me. And kind of cracks his knuckles at that.
Yeah. Without looking at you, he actually kind of like looks off to the side when he's bowing very reverently in return. He's just, of course. Well, follow me then. And Liu Beifong says, I will come back in 3 days and I can find something more specific for you, Tenno.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Go to the river. You know what water is.
I know what water is, but I'm gonna fuck this kid up.
You said waterbender, river time.
You all are very slowly. This kid is taking his time, led out of the courtyard, basically the way you came, and you're headed for the gates again. As you were going, Shu, whenever he talks to you, he's very much not looking at you. He might like turn his head as if to address, but he has that infuriating aura of, I don't look at those beneath me.
Hey,
And
bud, you got a problem
he'll turn his
with
head and
me?
be like, Are you an earthbender? Mr. Tenno?
I am not.
Sir Tenno? I see.
Tenno's actually a waterbender.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, that is... He like, pauses for a moment. And then he turns back and actually looks at you for a moment, Tenno.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And he's just kind of staring at you for a second. He's assessing you. What did you say your name was?
Tenno, we've said it multiple times.
Did you not say it 2 seconds?
Yeah, I've said it multiple times, buddy.
This fucking guy.
Oh, he seems disappointed, but he's still kind of looking at you. Ah, I see.
What's your deal?
My deal?
Yes, your deal.
I think Yuka will like shoot like a little flick of fire at Tenno and be like, "Stop being mean! Stop it!"
What do you mean, my deal?
Oh, well, I mean, this is the first time you've deemed it appropriate to look me in the face. So,
Tenno,
what's your deal?
Tenno.
He takes a step closer
Let
to
him
you
cook.
and gets very much in your
Let him
face.
cook! Let him cook!
Let him cook.
He doesn't get like super close in your face, but he's doing that move of that power step towards you. My deal, Mr. Tenno of some water tribe,
There's 2. Guess.
East,
Wow.
is that I have better things to do with my day than babysit those that my grandfather doesn't want to deal with. So we can play this little charade and waste the day away. I could even drop you off and you could do something you'd much rather do. Or we could have it out right here.
Do you want to know what I would really
Swear
rather do?
Hinder?
Do you want to know what I would really rather do? Shoelace?
You know.
I'm gonna get right up in his face. I'm gonna headbutt him.
All right.
What do I need to roll?
I want
what-
the heir to the Bayfong estate at the Bayfong
don't-
estate.
There's nothing for you to roll. That's not an attack. That's not a skill check. You inflict 1 fatigue on this
Yeah.
kid.
We're training,
And-
Yuka.
You just do a very quick, you don't like wheel back because that would give him time to react. You just jut your head forward and he reels, clutching his face. And it's just,
Training starts now,
get this
bitch.
man out of here. Get this ruffian out of here. Get him off of my estate. And the guards clearly, quickly walk up and just
Oh my God.
interpose themselves between you. Sir, please
am-
exit the estate.
I'm so sorry about that. It's just an asshole. I'm so sorry. I was trying to ask if he was a bender so
You
that
see
maybe
Chu
we could
is
all
checking
train.
his face, and he doesn't seem to be bleeding, but he is outraged.
We could have gotten some decent training out of it,
Yeah,
but somebody...
I don't think he would have been very good for training. He seems kind of weak to me.
Guards, do your darn job and get them out of here.
What, you gotta hide behind your guards? Oh,
I think at this point,
I'll start
Yuka
walking.
is going to grab onto Tenno's arm and shoot, like, just a slight heat onto his arm and just be like, fucking stop.
I'm going to like, kind of lean towards the to Shu as we're being hauled off. If you care about ruffians, pay more attention to your streets, and continue walking.
Let me see. Are you trying to intimidate? Are you trying to do anything specific with that, or just leave a parting blow?
I was mainly just trying to like have the last word and maybe be tactful.
Gotcha, sure. So in that case, if you're just trying to say that so that it's said,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
He looks you up and down, trying to remember your face, but otherwise doesn't say anything to you. Get them out of here, and the guards escort you off of the estate, and then stand in your way.
I'm not gonna lie, kind of expected more out of him.
Can we go?
Yeah.
Since you've already embarrassed us?
How did I embarrass you? You want his approval?
I am appreciative.
Your teacher sent you here, and you just fucked it up.
No, my teacher said me
Royally
here.
fucked it up.
He didn't tell me, oh, you have to be in his best graces. He just said, go say hello. I said hello. He decided to pass me off to his
and then you
grandson who doesn't care about it.
headbutted the air. That's gonna go over great.
Ooh. Nah,
It's-
I think it'll be fine.
Probably more useful than being sent to the river to do whatever task that was.
Fine. Can we just
What training
do something else
would
then?
he have been able to give?
Right.
I don't know. He's rich. Maybe he's a good earthbender. You don't know.
What, just because you're rich, you're good at bending? When has that ever been the mark
Not
of skill?
necessarily. You just have
As
more
you three are
resources.
having this fairly vocal conversation, you are outside of the estate right now, and you're just kind of out in the street. And as you're talking to each other, a gruff individual that reminds you of all the other ones is kind of watching you and clearly listening to you guys. And he whispers to a friend next to him. And then at some point he whistles at you. And he is trying to get y'all's attention.
Can I help you?
Okay. This is where we're at.
What? What do you want? I'll go up to him. What do you want?
Yuka will trail after Tenno, like very concerned.
Yeah.
I'll follow, but I'm keeping a couple steps back, just like
Yeah.
I'm further away. Not
He
right.
offers you a very cordial greeting, despite his gruff demeanor. And he smiles at you, Tenno. Possibly the same thing you do.
And that would be what?
He kind of looks around and then ducks a little bit further back out of sight at this corner of the street. Heard you all shouting back over there.
I'm sorry.
Seemed to... No, sorry. I agree. I think those guys in there, it's a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, they're assholes.
And the guy, the tall individual next to him is like, bunch of assholes.
Yeah. So what's your plan here? What do you want from me?
I don't want anything from you. I think we could help each other.
So that brings me back to this wonderful little question I had of, what do you want?
I
from
think
me?
we're good.
You seem wow, dude. We could sit down. Hey, I'll buy you a drink. They have some good stores nearby. On me.
What
let's
do
just
you
go,
want
please.
from me?
All right.
No, please.
I'll be. You're a testy individual. I'll be straight with you.
Thank you.
If something, some divine justice. I'm not being very straight with you. And he laughs at his own statement.
So you wanna try to fuck over the Bay Fox, basically. That's what you're trying to say.
He quickly looks around,
Because that's what
but
I think I'm hearing.
no one nearby heard, and it's just.
Nah.
If I did. Hey, I mean, I saw that. I heard that whole display. I mean,
Well, yeah,
what,
that's
you
just-
on their good side? You didn't do a great job of getting on their good side.
No, that's just because he was a little shit.
I saw you, and he points at you, Yuka. I saw you brought in those lovely flowers.
Thank you.
Let me guess. Didn't appreciate it.
Yuka's like wiping her hands on her skirt. It's just like very uncomfy.
So, who do you represent? Like, who are you to ask us this question when we just came out of there?
I don't mean to impose. I think that we could get back at them. I'm trying to use innuendo and some higher phrasing, but you seem to get more angry when I speak that way. I think that we could get some justice
we really
done.
need to get. I don't think we need to get back at them for anything. Actually,
No?
thank you. Can we go, please, Tenno?
Don't you notice? I mean, look at how nice that place is. Look at how sparse the rest of this
Ton,
is.
what do you think in this situation?
Do you have any intention of fixing the systemic issues, or do you just fill a power vacuum?
That's a big word. What do you mean by that? Power vacuum?
Do you mean to kill them and then replace them
Hey. Okay.
as the most powerful? Or
Han,
do you
please.
mean to actually help the people of Gowling and the rest of the Earth Kingdom? You can't fight one individual group of powerful people and not fix the rest of the issues throughout the entire kingdom.
I don't understand most of what you're saying.
It is
I'm
pointless
a-
to attack
I-
them and not expect the
I'll stop.
Okay.
I'll stop you.
who
I'll
live in
stop you right
Gowling
there.
to suffer from it.
I'll stop you right there, sir. I'm not that educated. I grew up on a farm, tried making ends meet.
I grew up on these
Not
streets.
exactly working.
I'm not particularly educated,
So you're from here.
but I have lived here.
You're from here.
Yes.
You like what this guy's doing?
No, that's what I'm saying. I have seen what happens when people attempt to take power.
We're not trying to. Hey, we're not trying to. He realizes he might have overspoken. We meaning me and my friend here. We're not trying to kill anybody. We're not trying to take power. We're just trying to take back some of the stuff that this guy's hoarding.
Do you
We're
not
talking about
realize that
robbing.
the people who will be affected and harmed actions of those who attack people like the Bayfonds, the poor people of this Gowling will be the ones who are hurt if you senselessly do these things.
I mean, I'm not sure what you suspect me and my associate here are doing.
Well,
Uh,
if it has anything to do with the two guys in the inn and then the group of guys that we saw on the way here that all kind of were looking around the same way you guys were.
Speaking of the end, maybe we should just go back
don't
to
seem
the
to be
end.
getting anywhere. I wish y'all have a good day. I hope y'all wish y'all the best. Go enjoy yourselves.
Thank you. Have a
Just
good
kinda
day. Bye.
turns
Good to
away.
see you.
Nice to see you.
Yuga just like grabs both of their arms and is like, "Let's go."
I'm not.
He was trying to backpedal.
I'm not gonna assess in this situation because I am stupid.
I'm not gonna assess because I'm not assessing because I am idealistically opposed to.
I-
Yuka is so
As soon as I called him out,
so
for wanting to
embarrassed.
kill him, he was backpedaling. He was like, "No, that's not what I said." Okay, you're implying.
Is there anything that y'all immediately want to do? It is
I
about
wanna- I'd
like to go
midday at
back
this
to the
point. Y'all
inn.
were waiting for a long time.
I was gonna say I would like to go
I'm
back
so
to the inn,
embarrassed.
mainly to see if those guys are still there.
All right.
I'm just embarrassed.
Well, if no one else is doing anything
Crapping
else,
Goon.
yeah. Crapping
Yeah,
Goon.
the boy is here. There's a
It's
Uh,
crapping.
boy.
You return to the inn.
Trevor, can I try my hardest with my one brain cell to remember if there were any details that Shangju gave me when it came to the Beifong family?
Yeah, were you supposed to do something?
Was I supposed to do something, or was it just to be like, hey, go see this guy?
You, with your one brain cell, do not understand politic that great.
Cool.
But we could say that what Genju told you to do was go meet Liu Beifong and get in his good graces.
Cool. Did that.
Not his good graces.
No, I didn't get in his grandson, nephew, whatever, whoever that kid was. I didn't get in his good graces, but
Yeah, that'll trickle up.
things don't trickle up; they only trickle down, right?
It's
You're right.
totally
That's what
fine.
capitalism told
Maybe
me.
he'll appreciate you for knocking some sense into his grandson.
Well, I mean, he did. He did say, you know, there's a reason I pay for your lessons or whatever.
He could have defended himself.
He could have. Hey,
You're just helping him.
He said,
Crap.
or we can have it out right here in the street, and that's when I hit him. He instigated.
Crab is.
He's
You
swam.
three, it is a very early afternoon because you were made to wait for a fairly long time at the Beifong estate. You return to the inn, and you still see it's a lively day. People still working out in the fields, working at their little stands. The family that was working the flower stand actually waves you back over. And from wherever you are, they're not trying to necessarily pull you to them, but they kind of mouth,
She just kind of like keeps walking and is like, yeah, it was good. Thanks.
Tano's like, yeah.
Thank you.
but they
Excuse me,
smile.
crap.
They seem a
Wipes
bit
the blood
bummed.
off.
That's right, baby.
Wipes the
They
blood
seem a
off his
bit
forehead.
bummed for you, but they clearly like were happy to have helped with your
Yeah.
attempt. And you make your way back to the inn, and you still see little groups of gruff individuals here and there, very similar, at least just in aura. Not they aren't like wearing a uniform. They don't have like recognizable tattoos, but you just little groups of one or two men and women that are just kind of leaning on stuff, looking around. You get back to the inn, and you see that the two guys are not in the same spot, but have shifted to basically a different corner. They're still
They're
there.
still here.
This was fun.
Yeah, I think Yuka will just like immediately like look right at them and then go to the bar and just be like, hello.
Hi.
Can I have a drink,
Back up to Sashi. What'd you say?
just a drink.
Oh, absolutely. Did
Some kind of ale.
Absolutely. She quickly pours you up a bit for like 2 copper pieces again, and serves you some
Yeah.
alcohol.
Thank you. Oh my god. She's just gonna go sit down and just be like, I am exhausted of these boys. These fools."
As you three enter, the other two kind of gauge you, and then actually after a few minutes, stand up and make their way out of the room.
They're leaving. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they've left.
Lean over to Hunt. Do we want to follow those guys for the shits and the giggles.
I mean, you've already had quite a lot of shits and giggles today. I'm not trying to get in a huge fight.
I don't
Actually?
trust a group of people, and I
And
don't trust that they're lingering.
And I think that's a good
We don't
enough
even know
reason-
if they're all
to the town.
connected.
What? And I genuinely
We don't even know if they're all connected.
Look, all I know is that
You're
they went
just
from
assuming.
one side of the bar to the other side of the bar, and that's
I'm
suspicious.
assuming.
Maybe they
I-
just have to piss from being in the inn all day.
So then why wouldn't they go back?
I
to their
don't
regular
trust any group of people that seems to conveniently appear all at once in the part of town that I've worked very hard to keep safe.
Okay, fine. Let me just chug this, then we can go. She'll just start like trying really hard to chug, but she's not very good at it. So she's
Ten
just
out-
You
shotgun.
can,
Ten out-
the three of you can see just from across the way. Sashi's pretty much the only one still in the room, and
Tennis
she
already
just
going,
kind of
man.
really trying to chug.
she looks on and she looks concerned as you're trying and failing to chug that beer.
Tenno
She's just-
is like he's like upset with how long you're taking, and he's going to try to use water bending to send it down your throat. Let's go!
Oh my god, that's so mean.
Yeah,
Just
we're gonna have
drawer.
you roll for that. Roll push your luck.
What do I add to that?
That
It's,
is a passion roll.
Oh, good. I get a +1 to that.
No!
13.
13?
Yeah.
Oh, so you rolled two
I
sixes?
rolled 2 6s.
Oh my god. All right. Your boldness pays off despite the costs. So, yeah, miraculously and luckily for your ally, she happened to be drinking in such a way that you literally just ship this stuff down her throat.
Shot!
Just shotgun it.
No, and you are shocked, Yuka. You're not coughing. That didn't honestly cause any discomfort. That was just bizarre.
All right.
for how easy that was.
All right, you're done. Let's go.
Ever do that again.
What?
Tenno, I will burn everything that you own if you ever do that again. Okay? Thanks.
Tenno
And-
looks around and goes, "What do I own?"
Nothing.
Good point.
But I will burn all of your clothes and you will be forced to wander naked.
Don't
Okay.
subject the rest
Okay,
of
let's
us to
go.
that.
I feel like that's more on you than.
If we all have to... Okay, anyway, let's go, please.
Can we, on the way out, can I stop at the bar and ask Sashi, if the two people who have been here all day did anything weird, or if they were just lingering? Like, were they,
I mean, their vibes are all wrong, but they didn't do anything. They're scaring away the customers, but didn't do anything really.
I picked up on the vibes thing. I just wanted to make sure that was universal.
I have heard a lot of people have been coming in, and saying that there's a bunch of them. Things
We saw
all right
that
out
too.
there?
They haven't been doing anything that we've seen, but they've been surveying. One of them talked to us. I'm not a fan of them. We'll see what we can do about it.
Be safe out there.
We will try.
You three make your way out of the bar. Where are you off to? What do you do?
I want to try to find those gruff individuals.
All right. Let's see. You're trying to find those specific ones? I guess we can assess the situation roll.
Alrighty. And that's creativity.
Yeah.
That is a 6.
6 is a miss. You're not able to quickly identify the two that were just in here. but you can see just somewhere down the street another small group of them just kind of checking out other things. You do see that eventually, like some other group, that same group that I just mentioned, does seem to like duck away back into an alleyway.
I want to go to that alleyway.
I'm following, obviously. I mean, I gotta make sure Tenor doesn't get murdered.
Same.
I love that I'm turning Yuka from like a nice person to closer
Flames
to
at the,
flames. Flames?
the side of my
I'm
face.
pulling Cat back into their usual playstyle.
Slowly,
Don't be too mean.
Yuko will become Avalon.
Exactly.
You just
That
got
won't
watermelon.
happen.
Turn into
Cool.
a shark.
Well, if you're following these guys, what was the method of you following? Are you doing anything specific? Just trying to stealthily?
What do the roofs of these buildings look like?
The roofs?
Yeah.
They are kind of the slanted down, pyramid-shaped ones.
We could probably still make that work. Go climb up the building, try to jump over the roof so we don't have to deal with.
I feel like hopping roofs is a terrible idea.
All right,
Why would you?
you're climbing.
No.
Yeah, I'm climbing.
All right, we're gonna do a
I'm not
rely on
climbing.
skills and training. Roll with focus.
Okay, awesome. My focus is good. Oh, nice. That is a 10.
And great. Cool. So you watch as Tenno fairly deftly just kind of grabs a brick here, a loose little windowsill ledge here, and does successfully and quietly haul himself up onto the nearest building.
Okay, come on. Anytime now. Let's go.
Oh my god, I feel like
You're gonna make no. No.
I was going to say I can probably realistically blend in people down here. I don't got like a sore thumb in town,
No.
but
Okay.
depending
Where?
on if they go in. Ah, oops.
I'm not climbing.
You said it was
I'm not climbing.
that.
I'm not climbing.
So rely on skills, probably.
There's this whole like 3-minute.
I have
scene
one
of
arm.
just,
I'm not climbing.
like whisper shouting back and
Yeah.
forth.
One hand.
In fact, a
Oh, yeah, I've
young
got one
woman.
arm.
A young woman actually approaches and just like kind of stands a little ways off, seeing that you guys are whispering at each other, and she approaches you, Yuka. Everything all right? Is he stuck up there?
Oh, it's good. No problem.
drunk.
Thank you.
He's drunk?
Yeah, don't worry about him.
Yeah, he's
just
drunk. Don't
he's
ignore
chasing
him.
He saw a cat. Saw a cat bird.
Is my cat
and
up there?
Just started.
Oh no, she gets up
No,
on
no, no,
roofs.
no,
Is
no.
there a cat up there? She calls up to you, Tenno.
Shit.
Is there a catbird up here?
There's no cat bird up there.
Nope. I
It's
don't
okay.
think so.
Sorry, didn't mean to alarm you.
He's drunk, he's
just don't
not-
mind us.
Roll me a trick. Yuka, you are trying to trick this woman for
Hold on.
your friend being drunk. Roll with
I
creativity.
got this. I got it.
I
got
made the
it.
drunk claim.
I should
technically.
have this.
Okay, then yeah. You make it
Yeah, I was gonna
instead.
say I made the drunk claim.
Roll
Okay.
with harmony, not harmony. Roll with creativity.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, God, I hope it's not harmony. I don't have good creativity. Oh wait, that's good. That's 7.
All right. This woman does seem to believe that your friend is drunk, but
Yay.
after concernedly looking up at him, is like, "Does he need help down?"
No.
No, I'm
don't
sure
want him
he'll
to
be
fall.
fine. And if it's okay if he falls. Trust me.
Oh, is he an earthbender?
He's a waterbender.
He can get down.
Well,
He'll be fine.
be safe up there. Should I stand nearby? Should I get anyone?
You're fine. I'm an earthbender. I can.
Tenno is
Totally
like
fine.
seeing that they are. There's no like chance of them coming up here. He's just gonna jump from rooftop to rooftop.
Oh,
All right.
we have to chase.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, you gotta go. Bye.
What are you doing to jump from rooftop to rooftop?
Spider Manning.
Yeah, with my
You using any bending?
water tendrils probably. Actually,
Most of the buildings are fairly close, so it's more for flavor rather than
yeah,
desperately trying to wing to the other ones.
right. I think probably just like. Oof, I'm trying to think. Trying to like just grab the other end of the building just to help with leverage
Cool.
with the water tendrils.
You three have kind of lost the trail here for that particular group, but heading off in that you follow in that direction that this group was ducking in, and you do see that possibly that same group of two is meeting with another group of two a few houses down, and even you guys who are on the floor, the ground level, are able to also trace them this way.
All right.
You see them kind of whispering just a ways off. These two groups are connecting.
So what do we do?
And I'll rule that you guys, if you are willing to kind of poke your head over the side, you are able to communicate to each other.
Okay, cool. No, I hear nothing.
Assess. See if they split up. And if they split up, which group are we following?
Well, you're too far away to hear what they're saying, but you could potentially get closer without requiring a roll.
Yeah, I'll try to get right above them on the building.
All right. I'll make you roll for skills and training again to be silent.
Okay.
As you get your way over there.
Yeah, for flavor, I'll try to like pad my steps with like water, just so it doesn't make as much sound.
Cool. Roll me with some focus.
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 13.
Whoa.
Jeez. Very nice.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
What the heck?
You've done this before. You've definitely leapt up onto a rooftop and tried following objects or people just for distances. If for nothing else, then you just enjoy that aerial view of kind of the predatory stalking of prey, regardless of
when you
whether or
go-
not there's prey.
Yeah, when you live in the spirit wilds, you gotta do this shit, or else you're gonna die.
Yeah. And you very deftly basically create watery cushions beneath your feet, and you maintain them in these little globules that just cushion each of your steps as you leap, and then rest right above this group.
What do I see?
The people. What do you hear? You hear this group talking to each other. It's 2 and 2, and you're not hearing all of their words, but you do hear tonight. The river. All of yeah. Good haul. What did you see? Oh, nice. And basically stuff along those lines. They seem to be mentioning tonight as if something may happen. You also definitely heard the word river.
Cool. I like that.
What are you doing on the ground floor, Yuka and Han?
I think Yuka's just staring at Han, just like very stressed out.
Gotcha. So you're staying at a distance and you're watching him do the eavesdropping?
I mean, Yuka is.
Oh, Han,
yeah,
never mind. I
Yuka's
keep
staying.
thinking you meant Han, not Tenno. Okay.
Yeah, Yuka's staring at Han, just like, please. I don't know what to do.
Oh no, your camera. There we go.
Sorry, I'm thing glitch.
Are either of you doing anything?
No, I want.
No.
Yeah. I feel like I could hypothetically blend in, but also I'm missing an arm, so I'm visibly noticeable. I still keep my distance.
After a few minutes, Tenno, you see that the group disperses and seems to head off in different directions, but in mostly the same direction, somewhere off east.
Okay.
What do you all do?
I'll hop back down. So something's going down tonight at the river. Probably like a shipment or something. Yeah. You guys want to stop it? I feel like that'd be fun. Better than headbutting children. You guys are very quiet. I don't know why you're being quiet.
Anything's better than headbutting children. I'm down with.
I mean, it depends. It depends.
I mean, I guess we can go check it out. There's no harm in checking it out.
Okay.
I don't trust-
What's that tone? Excuse me?
It felt non-committal. I just, you know.
Okay, Tenno. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Tenno's so mean.
Tenno's an asshole.
I'm just saying.
Tenno versus Yuka.
He was like 16, James.
He's like a child.
What are you all doing?
Out here headbutting children in the Earth Kingdom.
He said he was not much younger than we were.
What are you three doing?
Just being the wild ass heathen that I
I guess
am, I guess.
camping out. Yeah, I guess just figuring out what to do if we're going. I mean, do we go to the river now?
We can.
I don't know how far away is the river. Like,
You would know that the river's a few miles west. It's definitely by the city, but it's not running through or next to the
If
city.
we're going to the river, we should get walking.
well, I mean, if we wanted to have a reason to go, we could go swimming or something like that, just to give us a reason to be in the area.
We're investigating for them potentially doing something to the river. Isn't that a reason to be in the area?
It's midday. If we're scoping it out, we might as well. I don't know. I'm trying to not look
It'll-
as
it'll
sketchy
take us
as
some time.
you did.
Well, it
Fine,
wouldn't have been
fine,
sketchy if you
whatever.
didn't think that I was looking for a cat.
You know, I swear.
Yeah? Okay.
Fine. Whatever.
We'll go to
go.
the river.
Posture
and-
check
Posture
felt
check.
targeted.
Posture check. Thanks, Jay.
I know that felt targeted. I'm like leaning sideways over here.
All right. As you all make your way to the river with a little GM comment of "Be supportive of your teammates, please." Try and maybe ease back just a little bit on both ends. But
I feel like I'm like.
you three make your way to the river, and on your way there, you do see that some general activity is heading on over there, is taking place. For the most part, some boats every so often come up and down this river. Normally it's like a little bit of trade, fishing boat every now and then. But today you see that there's kind of a gathering of those weird, sketchy looking individuals who are now kind of standing by the river, and some of the people who normally would spend more time down here have kind of approached and then departed or stood off at a distance. They seem to be kind of controlling this space. But they're still not doing anything. It is around 3 o'clock, by the way.
So how many of them did you see?
How many of them do you see?
Yeah.
You see about 6 here.
I don't like. I guess.
There are some other people nearby. There are other people that you can interact with if you didn't want to talk to the sketchy individuals. There is still some activity going on at the lake. Some people are just kind of wading in it a little bit more upriver, but for the most part, people seem a bit on edge due to the newcomers.
So are we trying to be sneaky about this? Or can I go relax in the river and watch that way?
We can watch that.
What's our plan here?
I want to try and figure out what they're doing here.
What are you doing to try and figure out what they're doing?
I guess if we want to, like, pretend leisure at the river, we can, like, go down where the people are waiting and ask some of them, what's the goss?
Sure.
Hot
You three walk a little bit upriver, and you see a small family of 2 adults and 2 kids. The adults are clearly a bit uneasy, but still comfortable enough for their kids to be in the water here in the shallows. And they greet you 3 as you're approaching. The woman is like, "Hi."
Hi.
And she actually recognizes you, Han. This is just a local townsperson named Dashi. Not Dashi, Dani. There's Sashi, that's different.
Everyone's just Ashi with a different consonant. Okay. So let's say hello to Dani.
Hi, Han.
Hi. Have those newcomers been up to anything or just loitering? They've been around town, we've been keeping an eye on them.
They've just been loitering all day. We're not really sure what to think of them. They've been here for most of the day. We've not been, but they were here when we got here. They seem to just be looking down river, trying to uncomfortably lock eyes with anyone who's looking at them. Haven't done anything yet. Do you think
they haven't spoken to anybody?
No? Do you think they're going to do something?
I'm not sure. They just been around making people uneasy. And I don't trust that.
Well, we'll probably head out fairly soon. It's going to be dark in a little bit, but y'all be safe. We'll just be here for a little bit longer.
Thank you. You too. Yuka's gonna kind of like wave at the kids. Just be like, hi.
You see that one of the kids is actually a waterbender, and the young waterbender boy is kind of splashing with an art style at his sister, who is more equally as deftly just roughly splashing him with her hands. They seem to be evenly matched despite their bending difference, and they're just soaking each other violently.
I think Yuka will take kind of following the little waterbender's movements and just send like a little like tendril, like really little tendril of fire out of their reach, but still to like just to mess.
They both
have fun.
freeze what they're doing and are
Yeah.
watching this fire.
Oh. then she'll just,
the little
like,
boy who was just waterbending seems put out in that way that kids are when they thought that they were the coolest one here. But the little girl immediately like kind of steps a little bit more out of the water and approaches you. Wow,
Hi.
how'd you do that?
Oh, I'm a firebender. So
Ooh.
like he's a waterbender. I'm a firebender.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he thinks he's so much better in the water, but I can
Oh,
get him
yeah.
anyway. What happens when you're not near
Trust
the water? He's like, I'll get you anyway.
Trust me, I know a waterbender just like that. Crab almost fell off the desk. Sir, please.
I think firebending is cooler.
I do too. They don't have
And-
to know that though.
Yeah, no, we are secret.
Yeah, for sure.
And the boy is just like kind of put out and goes to busying himself in the river with like little tricks that are clearly not practiced, very sloppy.
Yuka will drop the little fire tendril and just like dunk it in the water, just make some steam to make it look like he did something cool.
Yeah, as you do that, and as you've realized after doing this for years as a kid, that when you dip water, like just actively bend water in a specific little dollopy way into water, it makes a kind of sound. And so you go like, make it sounds around the kid. After a while, the small family kind of packs up. The sun is nearly setting, and they all wave goodbye to y'all. Y'all stay safe. They kind of give a last look at the other group, and as y'all are looking that way, you see that another group, like 3 or 4 more of them, approach from
Oh my God.
downriver. And they meet up with this group of 6, seeming to relay some news to them. The small families then, y'all be safe, and she and her family starts heading back home.
Okay. Now what? I know you were so loud earlier and now you have nothing to say.
You seem more than capable.
Their gathering will only grow.
Was that a question for me, or was that to them?
No, it's a statement, and I am reluctant to leave. But being out in the open is probably a bad idea in the group. So perhaps we back hide? Question mark.
Y'all wanted to hide? Oh, did you freeze,
Sure.
Adrian?
Yeah. Oh no, Adrian!
Adrian!
Ah. Adrian's pulling a Trevor.
That is trademarked. The freeze. There you go.
There we go. Sorry, I said back up, hide, assess from a distance.
Cool.
I was actually thinking we could potentially hide in the river. And do one of those things like they did, make like a bubble of water and try to water bend a space for us to sit in.
Would okay? What if we're reading hide currently? Where? How would we not be able? And
Hey, you
That's-
you can easily head a little bit more upriver. This is a pretty big river. It's not. It's
I
more
just
than a
stir
brook.
up mud.
No, I think.
I mean, we can just
back
pretend
up.
to leave.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
and go.
All right. Y'all kind of dip back into the nearby woods and just start kind of trying to watch and assess. I won't have y'all roll for anything yet, but what you do see as the sun starts to dip beneath the horizon, you see that the group here, as more and more show up from the town, there are about a number here. There are about 15 people there. And also, what you happen to notice is that as the sun dips a little lower, a ship starts silently making its way up the river. And you recognize, you would know this ship, not by name, but Tenno, you would recognize, and you all might know, this ship is actually from the Fifth Nation.
Say
This
that
is a
again.
pirate. This is a pirate ship from the Fifth Nation, and
Oh,
it is
no,
silently
okay.
making its way up the river. What do y'all do?
So that's bad.
It's very bad.
What are they doing this far up the river?
They're gonna take something from the Bay Fongs, maybe a shipment, maybe. Yeah, I don't think that they would full on try to kill the Bay Fongs, but I think definitely stealing from them would be the move.
Okay. Whew, this is suddenly a lot bigger than what we thought it
Can't hear
was.
Tenno at all?
Sorry. That's. I was.
Yeah,
Just
I could
quiet
hear
on
him.
my-
Repeat that again.
Oh, just.
Move your mic.
I'll kill you.
No, I think. I think they're just trying. They will be trying to steal from the Bay Fongs, not necessarily kill them. I mean, if you can get more goods and resources from them alive than dead, you probably would shoot for that. Or maybe even capture them and ransom them.
Shit.
How far away is this ship, Trevor?
Y'all are ducked into a little bit of a little group of forest, about 100 feet from the river. But this gathering is taking place about 200 feet away from you, downriver, by the edge.
Okay, so the ship isn't necessarily like in view yet.
The ship is in view, but it is still slowly. That's about 500 feet out, and
Okay.
it is very slowly making its way up.
So we wouldn't be able to see who's on board or anything.
Not from where you are yet,
Okay.
but judging from the group, it should be within more view pretty soon.
Okay. I just want to take a
Okay.
look to see if I recognize anybody on the ship.
Sure. You wait in a few moments for it to
Yeah.
more directly pull in. Cool. Let's make a assess the situation roll as y'all wait for the boat to kind of settle in.
That is a 7.
It's a 7. That's a success. You see that this ship has pulled up and drops anchor and sits basically in front of, beside this gathering of shady individuals. What's the question that you wanted to ask?
Do I recognize anybody on this ship?
You do. You see that there are one or two individuals that you don't recognize, but to your surprise, maybe you were expecting it, you do recognize one very shaggy individual dressed in blue. This is the one who used to be your friend, named Noruk, also from the Northern Water Tribe, and he descends the deck and begins conversing with, or more, perhaps, giving orders to a large group of these people. After a moment, you then see that another individual walks out from the crowd, a bald-headed individual with a well-kept beard. Yeah, shady. With a well-kept facial hair. And he... It's you. It's not. You see that Noruk is talking to what seems to be the leader of this other group, or at least whoever's representing them. And Han, even from here, you can recognize him.
Oh, no, I was just wondering. Damn it.
You recognize that man anywhere. It is Mongha, the man who was at least directly involved with the death of your dad and the amputation of your arm.
Fuck. Oh, I'm so mad.
Oh no.
At this point, like, the Tenno's hands just and like are covered in like sharp icicles, like he is in go mode. He looks ready to.
I don't know what to do.
He looks like he's ready to jump at any moment. Is anybody gonna stop him before?
You can wait. You don't know what this group's gonna do.
Yeah, you go also reach out.
No,
if you wanted to keep sitting there, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. If you want to see what this group does, charging into them is totally an option.
Right. I just think Tenno is emotionally compromised.
Oh,
Ben
same.
is like, help someone stop him.
I'll put a hand on his shoulder to stop him.
Yuka immediately touches both
Han
of their arms and just like,
Han
I
is
don't know
also
what to do.
visibly tense, but like still wants to stop Tenno.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
What are you saying to Tenno? Are you just
I don't know what to do.
restraining him?
Because
if anything you want to say to him, we could try a guide and comfort roll.
Oh, yeah.
Or a help roll. Or a plead roll.
Any of those
That
things.
sounds close.
And more. What? Okay, there it is. Guiding harmonies.
Well, we can go ahead and, for the sake of this, give you, from your own words, Tenno, you now have the angry condition.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Minus
I definitely
want
wanna
to
do-
comfort and assessing situations. That doesn't seem like his strong
I
suit.
definitely want to
anyway.
try and do a guiding comfort. If I
Yuka's
could
doing a
roll a
guiding
guiding comfort.
Sure.
Yeah. Can I? Is there a way to do it for both of
Because I don't
them?
think what I'm doing. I don't think what I'm doing is guiding comforting.
No,
I'm
you can
just-
do it for both. You just you'll need to make a statement with an attempt to guide.
Okay.
Are you doing either one of them first, or just kind of a group thing?
I think I'll do. Let's go Tenno first. And if I'm rolling with harmony, let me double check. Cool. Okay.
You rolled
Only
with
a
harmony?
6. Yeah.
All right. 6 is
only got a
unfortunately a
6.
miss. But what are you still saying? You just don't get the mechanics of what it would be.
I think she'd have she has one hand on Tenno's back and one hand on Han's upper arm, and it's just okay, Tenno, please just hold on for 1 second. Just let's scope this out a little bit more, please. And then let me roll for Han. Oh my god, that's also a 6.
Time to fight. Nice.
Well, could I?
That's not what it means.
I know.
Doesn't inflict any negative thing.
Could
But
I,
you just don't get the mechanical benefits of this guiding comfort roll. Despite your words, there's no immediate rejection, but due to the fact that you are also very nervous, it's not self-assured enough for this to take root in them.
It's just,
I
I don't know what's
think-
going on, and I'm nervous.
By the way, just to state, as a reminder for this mechanic, if a fight breaks out and you happen to take all of your fatigue and all of your condition, that does not mean you are dead. There are not dead mechanics for this. So it will mean that you will lose that encounter, and I will wake y'all up in a different situation unless they explicitly intend to kill you.
Got it.
So even if you totally lose a fight, that doesn't mean make your death saves.
Good to know.
To know.
Could I feel like I would do this in this situation. What the moves thing? We've got moves. One of my
Your
moves-
techniques or your balance moves?
one of my balance moves is time for feelings, where I can press my emotions for the rest of an encounter or the rest of a sequence. Because I feel
Ooh.
like
Tell us what that does. That's something
so it
unique to your
says-
playbook, right?
yes, it says when you have equal or fewer conditions marked than your highest principle, which I do because I don't have any conditions. Hold on, I'm trying to open it. I wrote it poorly on this piece, and now I'm trying to read it. Okay. When you have equal or fewer conditions marked than your highest principle, mark fatigue, push down your feelings for the rest of a scene, ignore condition penalties until the end of the scene. And I can resist when you resist an NPC shifting your balance mark condition, something, and then something I don't understand. And then it says mark a condition to roll with conditions marked max +4. You cannot then choose to clear a condition by immediately proving them wrong.
Cool.
But
We'll
I
get
was
into
thinking,
that if that's
since
used, but yeah.
yeah, since Han immediately feels anger at the situation, but also is very conflicted about Mong Ha in general, and doesn't want to act on anger in a violent way. So I think acting with restraint, I would use that and sort of suppress the anger.
I
Cool.
think, alternately, in order to clear my condition of angry, I am going to feel that hand on my shoulder asking me to stay calm, and a shard, like a sharp shard of ice, sticks out to make Yuka pull her hand back, thereby lashing out at a friend to clear my angry condition, and then I'm going to try to get into the to the river.
No.
All right. I won't mark any fatigue for you, Yuka. That won't mark any fatigue, but there's a prick sensation.
Yeah.
And you are trying to slip into. Oh, Yuka.
I'm sorry, Cat.
She's so upset. Why would you do
Oh.
that?
We've been
we need
fighting.
a bond.
We've been fighting all day. We need a bonding moment after this.
Oh my god.
And you made her upset now.
Reach out to your friends. What are you trying to do to slip into the river?
I want to try to make it like reduce splashing.
As stealthily as possible?
Yeah, and then try to swim. Are they like standing on a dock or something?
No, they're just standing by the river with the gangplank, whatever the thing to enter and exit the boat has been
Okay.
lowered.
I'm gonna try to swim underneath the boat and use waterbending to try to push me through faster, and then just sit under the gangplank and try to listen.
Gotcha. Well, first let's get you into the river. Let's try relying on your skills and training, and you do remove your angry condition because you lashed out at your friend. That is a way to remove that condition.
Although I don't know, is that gonna shift my?
And we'll be taking a break soon, by the way.
Yeah, will that shift my
Alright,
balance?
For doing that to
Yeah, to self-reliance, more so
yeah,
than trust.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
Shift your balance to self-reliance.
does using one of those moves always shift it one way or the other?
Using which move?
Any like of the balance moves, does that shift it always, or is it move dependent?
I think it's move dependent.
Yeah,
Okay. I was gonna say, I don't think
yeah,
mine
like
doesn't say that. But...
it didn't say that for me, but just because those are my two things are self-reliance and trust, they just felt like that was apt.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I was
believe
also
you're-
thinking because I feel like I'm doing the move
yeah.
in a,
Okay.
and that's one of my, because
Relying
the other way would be results.
relying on
Since you are doing that, do you want to live up to your principle?
me.
Yeah. There's a mechanic of if you want. I'm calling for a rely on skills and training roll, but you can call for yourself a live up to your principle. If that is a better one, when you take an action in accordance with the value of a principle, you can mark one fatigue to roll with that principle instead, in case that one's now suddenly a higher value. It would just cost you a fatigue.
No, they're the same value. So that's going to be 8.
All right, that is a success. You do stealthily, due to using water bending, you are able to kind of into the water. You are now underwater, but what you both see, what you do not see, Tenno, but what the other two see, is that was not a perfect entrance. No one could tell that someone dove into the water, but specifically Noruk, the one that Tenno was mad dogging, kind of looks off in that direction and did hear something. So now you are underwater, Tenno.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
And I will try to get under the gangplank if I can.
All right, you're under the gangplank.
Perfect.
That's easily enough done. You don't need to roll for that.
Cool. And then I'll just listen in, let other people do what they want to do first.
All right.
Um,
In just a moment, we'll take our break.
Gotcha. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I feel like we have to get on the boat.
We have to get on the boat? We do? How are we going to get on the boat?
At least follow after Tenno. Something needs to be done about this group, and who else is going to do it?
Crap. Buddy, I need you to move.
Crab very
He's
good
like,
with
I
the
know you're
perfect
having...
timing.
He's like, I know you're having a moment, but what if I got in the way? I mean, do I really don't want to get in the water, but I mean, I don't.
We have to find a way onto the boat somehow, or to stop this group. Can't wait for them.
At this moment, as you both are talking, and as Tenno is under the gangplank, is that the term? Am I using the wrong term?
No, gangplank.
I have no
It's a
idea.
gangplank. Yeah, that's right.
What you hear muffled, Tenno, but what you all three hear, is you hear the familiar voice. You don't hear a familiar voice, but it's familiar to you, Han. You hear a gruff voice say, "All right, Group 1, get as much as you can. Group 2, get as many as you can." And with that, you see that 2 groups of 5 kind of split off like a cell and just start making their way into town. No! The boat is still there, and Mongha and Noruk are just standing there.
Han, what do we do? What do we do? We gotta
have
do
to do
something.
And it's there that we'll take our break.
We have to. Sorry, I scared Crab.
Oh my god.
Alrighty. Cool. We'll be back in 10-ish minutes. Go get something to
Okay.
drink, come back. Just a reminder,
Yes.
you can scan that QR code down at the bottom right of our screen and donate to Lifeline. That would be wonderful.
Go that way.
We are still so very
Yeah.
close to our goal of $2,500.
Those of you who are still watching, thank you for watching. Hopefully this is fun.
Yeah,
thank you for being a part of my chaos. This is just paying Cat back for Avalon. Anyway, I'm joking. But we will be back in 10 minutes. And
No, you're not.
But
Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
we'll see you soon. Bye, guys.
All right. See y'all in a sec. I'll be right back.
I'm nervous. So nervous.
Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack, and then. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22. Perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll having fun. Roll back D22, perception check on you Click, clack, roll to attack. Click, click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Click, click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Click, click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Click, click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack it when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack it when you attack it and click and clap, roll to attack. Give a click clack it when you attack it and click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it and click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it and click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it and click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it and click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it and click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it and click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it and click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it.
Woo!
Yeehaw.
So,
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello! Thank you for those
I
still
am
joining
so
us
stressed.
or just now jumping in, which would be super crazy and amazing if you jumped in at this exact moment when we did. Last we left off, a large group of bandits has gathered by Gowling Lake with two recognizable figures that are both ne'er-do-wells and have sent off two groups into the city. One to gather as much as they can, and the other to gather as many as they can. And they are headed off into the city, which will be a few minutes before they get there, but not that long. What do you three do?
Man. After hearing, take as much as you can, he's like, okay, but hearing take as many as you can, that's triggering. And as stupid as this decision is, I think Tana would try to hop out to attack them. Be like, no, this is not happening.
All right. What do you mean? What are you doing?
I would love to kind of do like two big tendrils of water to come out and blast them up against the wall or into bushes or something along those lines.
Further away from the river?
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, make me a skills and training roll.
Okay, let me pull up
Ooh.
my thingamajig. Skills and training.
Combat has not officially started. It will be clear when it does. There are no surprise rolls, but this is kind of how it works.
Where is skills and
Okay.
training?
That is focus. Roll me focus.
Focus. Perfect. I'm decent at that. That is going to be a 9.
You roll so well at that. All right.
Damn.
Cool. You succeed. Imperfectly. So how that works? Describe how you are exiting this river.
I think On either side of the gangplank, just two jets of water come out and kind of switch sides and just blast into their chest. And I'm gonna ride one of them up and land, blocking off the gangplank.
Cool. You do that with two gouts of water. Just as you do that, you see that Noruk responds almost immediately and kind of twists the water as it pushes him back, remaining on his feet as the jets of water push him further away from the lake. Mungha also responds fairly quickly and raises up some earth that he stays his ground, and the water just kind of washes away over this shield of rock. But you are now standing on the gangplank in between these guys and the ship. You see Noruk kind of smiles at you. Well, look who decided to show up.
I never thought that you would be.
What, you want a piece of this? You want to be in on this?
I never thought you'd stoop so low.
To what?
Stealing things I can understand, but stealing people, that's
Oh, you heard that?
I think he's just done talking. He's just gonna get his ice gauntlets ready.
All right. You summon your ice gauntlets. 1 second. Cool.
So use that defend and maneuver move if combat has.
Combat is about to begin. There's normally, if combat were insignificant or something where you're facing some lower level stuff, I would have y'all pretty much make a single roll, even if necessary, and you overcome it. It would usually be rely on skills and training stuff. However, when it would mean something or be not necessarily certain and or be difficult, we're going to roll for combat. So the way that this normally works, and you are all involved, I'm not going to leave y'all out of this.
Yeah.
So first, the GM is going to choose an approach that each NPC or group NPC, you saw two groups of NPCs depart, but they are no longer in this. And I'm going to choose whether each of these guys is going to defend and maneuver, advance and attack, or evade and observe, and I'm going to keep that secret.
Okay.
After I've made that decision, then you guys will each choose the same. And you are totally free to metagame and make this decision vocally instead of
Okay.
just on-the-fly stuff, because it will matter in terms of how it's happening. First, I'm going to make a decision, not based on what you guys do. Give me just a moment.
I'm nervous.
I know. I'm gonna get my butt handed to me.
For this guy,
Stuff we can do. Try.
Just get the shepherd's crook and just yoop.
Just yoink you back out. Just like, no,
they're both-
we're not doing this.
They're still standing on the boat, right?
No, they're on the shore, I think.
I thought the people were, but they're on the boat. Are they on
Alright.
the boat or?
Are they on the boat? Or are they
there's
on the-
currently no one on the boat. This boat was
they're on
pretty
the
much
shore. Okay,
just...
okay.
It's a fairly large boat, but you saw that it was pretty much manned by just Noruk.
Okay, I thought they were on the boat because you said he was on the gangplank, but I guess he can be facing them on the shore.
No, basically there's the boat, there's the gangplank leading down, and there's these two, with Noruk being on the gangplank in between them and the boat.
wanna
Alright,
get
I
on the
have
boat.
made my decisions.
Gonna get on the boat. I'm going for the boat. I just want y'all to know that I'm
Alright,
going for the boat.
So I've made my decisions. Now you guys decide whether each of you is going to defend and maneuver, advance and attack, or evade and observe. To know as you're making that decision, each one has its own inherent initiative in the combat. So first
Can we do this
up,
every round?
first round is, or first is going to be defend and maneuver, then advance and attack, and then evade and observe. So
Okay.
think of that as you are making a decision.
And so there's no like pre-combat techniques of like I use the ice gauntlets prior to combat, so I don't have to do that when we're in combat. That's not how
Read
that
from the
works.
ice gauntlets real quick.
That is, so I just want to make sure, just for how things kind of go. That's in my waterbending.
As far as I know, most techniques do not have non-combat relevance.
Right. It's defend and maneuver, but you cover your hand in a sheath of ice. Become prepared when you next make an attack. Inflict an additional 1 fatigue.
Gotcha. Does it mark a fatigue to do that?
It does not.
Gotcha. We can go ahead and say that you've... defend and maneuver. No, I won't say that you've been able to do that yet. But due
Sounds
to the
good.
fact that defend and maneuvers, you move first, you
first,
usually
yeah.
would benefit from that.
That's fine.
All right. So what movements are you each making?
So
Okay. Sorry, Adrian. Do you want to go?
I think I'm defending maneuvering. Do you want the specific thing or just the category?
You don't get to choose yet, so just the category.
Okay, yeah, defend and maneuver.
okay, then mine is also defend and maneuver.
I'm evade and observe.
All right. Cool. First up, then, what I've chosen is that Mongha is going to advance and attack first, and Noruk is going to evade and observe first.
Okay.
So, first up are defenders and maneuvers. The way that this works, you are each, whoever's going, you're going to make a technique roll, which I believe... what this will mean is it'll tell you how many techniques you get to use.
Oh.
A stance move. So, when you resolve your approach, roll with the appropriate stat. If you're defending maneuvering, that'll be focus. So, those of you who are doing this, roll with focus. On a 7 to 9, you use one basic or mastered technique. And on a 10 or more, you choose one from this list, which is some not mastered ones, or you could potentially use more than one.
Okay.
But NPCs never have to roll. I always get to do what
So,
I can.
oh wait, those are specifics. Never mind.
Wait, so okay, so if we okay, let me just roll and then I'll figure.
Are you you both are defending and maneuvering?
Yes.
Gotcha. Does one of you want to go before the other?
Sure, since I'm in the fray, I'll go ahead and do it. I rolled a...
You said that's
You go
focus.
Yeah, it's focus.
Okay.
I rolled an 11.
Oh, freaking right. Gotcha.
I rolled a 6.
So, 6 unfortunately does not work. You stumble, but you can shift your balance away from center to use one basic technique. So you can look at your balance, and you can move it 1 pip to the right or left, and then you'll still get to use one of the basic techniques. Or
Okay,
you
so
will miss this turn.
Okay. So I think mine's already displaced one way, so I'll just go back towards center.
It has to be away from center.
Oh, okay, it has to be away from. Then I guess I'm going more towards restraint.
All right.
Because my natural status is a little bit towards restraint. Did you want to go first?
It doesn't matter. I'm just using the ice gauntlets on my first move, so...
Cool. Would you tell me what that does real quick?
I'm prepared, and then I inflict an extra fatigue.
Cool. Do you know what prepared does?
Gives me a +1 to appropriate rolls, or whatever, until the
Cool.
next thing.
Yeah. All right. You see Tenno conjure up more water from the river around him, and the water wraps... Oh, please tell us how it's done. Please tell us.
It's more specifically, he's been all this time that he's been super sweaty, It's actually he freezes all of the sweat on his body into weapons.
The water trickles down off of his gross brow, kind of cleaning him, and just snakes to his wrists where it encapsulates into these rather intimidating looking ice gauntlets that are very salty.
Very salty.
Salty ice gauntlets.
Next up is you, Han.
I'm going to
Oh, did that 11 get me anything, Trevor?
Yes. On a 11, you can mark one fatigue to use a learned technique, but you don't have one of those. Use one practice technique, you don't have any of those. Use 2 basic techniques or mastered techniques, so you can choose one additional technique to use.
Ooh, so that would be like...
It would have to be of this type, but yes.
Yeah, so like
Defend and maneuver.
Oh, of defend and maneuver.
Yeah.
Let me take a quick look. Where is it? Yeah, I will use retaliate.
All right. Sweet. Cool. So you've now readied yourself as well. Mm-hmm. So you've created these gauntlets and then are just kind of like this bear-like, this platypus bear-like way of just
terrifying. Platypus.
This man looks very scary. This ally is not something that most animals in the wild, regardless of size, would approach. Gives off very bad aura. Next up is Han.
And has smelly ice. That's
I'm going to seize a position
All right.
to move from wherever the heck we are around the boat to near Tenno, Mongha, and Noruk. So that he doesn't.
It doesn't matter really, but for visual's sake, where are you placing yourselves? There's the boat, there's the gangplank, and there's the 2 opponents. And Tenno is on the
I want to be on the ground. I need access to the earth.
Cool. So you have kind of flanked these 2?
Yeah. I'll be on the other side behind them.
Cool.
If he's up on the gangplank, they're here. I'll be there.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. So now you are engaged with these 2, and you now have an advantageous position behind them. Next up, which stance did you have again, Kat?
I am
Evade,
evading and observing.
Gotcha. So up next, actually, is Mongha, who is going to advance and attack, and he is going to pressure Tenno.
Okay. What does that do specifically?
Specifically, it actually doesn't do any damage or conditions to you. What he is doing is he is going to impress and intimidate you. Choose an approach. Your foe cannot choose to use that approach in the next exchange. So he is going to keep you from advancing and attacking.
Okay. Okay.
So he pretty much stomps forward and raises up some walls on the other side, or raises up some stumbling blocks in your way.
Okay.
So there's no easy way to get to him.
Right. All right.
Next up is... So just in the next part of this, if this goes into the second turn of exchange, you cannot advance and attack.
Right.
Next up is Evade and Observe. First is going to be Mongha. No, first is going to be Noruk. Noruk is going to do something very similar to what Tenno did, but ice is going to kind of seep out of his clothing and some hidden water skins and turn into these long icicle claws at the end of his fingers. He's using ice claws. Cover your fingers with ice to create sharp, pointed claws. Mark 1 fatigue to become prepared. So he's taking 1 fatigue. And he now has the prepared stance. And anytime he attacks the enemy in hand-to-hand exchange, inflict an additional fatigue, 2 fatigue.
A 2.
But if he loses the claws, then he loses prepared.
Okay, so that's kind of like what I have, but just advanced.
It's not. It's just a evade and observe. Different. There's ice gauntlets and the other one.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure it's the same rarity.
I don't have ice claws on mine.
No.
No. Oh well.
Well, no. What does yours do again? It prepares you. You do.
And then I do 1 additional fatigue.
Oh. Well, I guess it is a slightly better version. I did not know that when I chose it. Next up is Han. Not Han. Yuka.
Okay.
I'm gonna check myself before I just give him an
Before you
better one.
before you wreck yourself.
Yeah, I don't
Before
want
you
to wreck myself.
All of
Okay.
us.
Yeah, don't want
I'm
to do
going
that.
to roll. Woo! I rolled a 10.
Nice.
So, here's what I'm trying to do, Trevor.
Oh, it's not more advanced.
sure I'm
it just
understanding this.
It costs him a fatigue. That's why it does more.
Ah, okay.
Okay, sorry.
So, I am trying to get on the boat.
Mhm.
So, because I rolled a 10, can I...
You can do 2
Both.
evade and observe techniques.
Gotcha. So I'm looking at the universal list. Can I do both seek vulnerabilities and sense environment? Because I'm trying to get up onto the
You
boat
have-
if I can.
You have access to all of the basic maneuvers, and then 2 of the other ones that you selected. So universal just means anyone can learn it. Doesn't necessarily mean that you.
Oh, gotcha.
I know that was a little unclear as
Okay.
we were in characters.
Yeah. So because I'm not like engaged in any, like I'm not technically
not tied
in this yet.
Not engaged.
So I guess if I'm trying to get on the boat, would it be like a commit maybe?
Commit. If you're trying to get on the boat, yeah, absolutely. So one of the moves could definitely be commit, and we can say however you want to flavor that. You can get yourself onto the boat. You are a firebender, so you could rocket up there, and you can shift your balance towards one of your principles. And the next
Gotcha,
time you
so-
live up to that principle with a balance move, you do not mark fatigue. So,
Gotcha. So I
just
think-
for flavor's sake, which way are you shifting this balance?
I think I'm going to shift it towards. I don't know. I think
What is driving you to do this?
I know she wants to try and stop. Like she gets the feeling that this is bad, so she's trying to protect people, but I guess it's paying more homage to the unity of her as a person. Like she is having to be a firebender in this moment. Like even though her heritage leans towards waterbender, she's having to be like, actually, you know what? I'm going to kind of bring everything together and just go unity on this.
Ooh. Yeah. How are you, for flavor's sake, getting yourself up onto that boat?
I'd like to not be visible. Like I don't want to be. It seems like the other 2 guys are busy with Tenno. So if I could just kind of like get around the corner and like hop up, like pop myself up.
Ooh. You actually rocket up from the ground with a little jet of flame, just and do
Yeah.
an extra high leap onto the boat. All right, so you shift your balance. In case you happen to live up to that principle, remember that for this scene, because you won't mark fatigue. What was your other evade and observe that you're doing? You don't have to do a second one, but you can. Also, to note, when you are evading observing, you clear one fatigue. So if any of you do get fatigue, you can do that actively. Clear one fatigue and roll with creativity or harmony.
Okay.
Good to know. Like any evade and observe ability gives you.
At least that's what this little handy dandy rules reference tells me.
I will not question that. Well.
I'm trying to think. There just so happens to not be many evade and observe fire techniques.
Yeah, it's that is on purpose, I believe.
Yeah, I keep wanting to like ask for a perception check because I want to see if they have anything in the boat that I can light. I'm trying to burn the boat down. I want to burn the fucking boat. So if there's anything that if I need to like jump into the hull of this ship, or like what needs to happen to do that?
Not quite sure how that fits into this little thing, but we'll make it work. Certainly, if you are committing to that, we can start having your attacks be focused towards that, or even just spending your turn doing that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I will say that you don't get to find anything to burn yet.
Yeah, no, I figured. I just want to kind of like... I was looking at the sense, environment, or seek vulnerabilities technique, just kind of scoping it out. I'm not really doing anything yet.
Cool. You have committed, you've jumped onto this boat, and you are looking for the best way to destabilize and or damage and or totally destroy this ship.
Yeah.
All right. That is the first round of combat. So at this point, all characters who lost their balance or were taken out now resolve these results. We are not currently doing that, and I believe everyone is still in combat. Mm-hmm. So next round, I'm going to choose which techniques my guys are doing. All right. Got one for one. And I've got one for the other.
Okay.
What are y'all doing?
Well, I can't advance and attack, so I'm going to defend and maneuver.
I am going to advance attack. I think. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm still evading and observing.
Gotcha. In that case, first up is Tenno.
Cool. Do I need to roll for whatever that other thing was?
Roll with focus.
Focus. All right. That is an 11. Again.
Jeez, you rolled that so high.
God damn.
You can choose. You can choose two.
Yeah, you've had really good luck with that tonight.
Yeah, I know. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to use my guardian ability, divert. So
nice.
Step into the way of blows intended for allies. I'll do that for Han. When any ally within reach suffers a blow this exchange, you can suffer it for them. If you also use retaliate this exchange, deal an additional 1 fatigue each time. So then that means
Gotcha.
I'm doing, I think that's 3 fatigue on every retaliation because of my
Nice.
ice.
I will say that totally works as a combo. However, Han is out of reach. He's on the other side of the beach.
Oh.
But you could do that for if anyone tried to attack Yuka during this time.
Yeah, then that.
And your retaliate would be up during now anyway.
Yeah. So my second retaliate will be, or my second maneuver will be retaliate for this turn. So then I'll I'll do that for Yuka. I'll protect Yuka.
Ooh.
You don't know
All
where
right.
I am.
Up next
I
are
don't, but
the
if it works.
advance and attackers. First up is... I forget if it tells me who I need to put focus on. I'll just have you guys always go first in that particular round. So, who advanced and attacked? Alright, go for it.
Okay, hold on. And that's with, passion? Or focus?
Yes, roll with passion.
Okay, that's, 10.
You rolled a 10? Heck yeah. You
Yeah.
choose 2.
Okay, okay.
You've got Mongha, who is in front of you, as well as Noruk, who's pretty much next to him.
Okay, well,
Am I in between the two of them? Or are they both
there
on the
is-
game blank?
they're in between us.
Okay.
You're here.
Yes.
They're
So
like that.
there's going from boat to city. On the boat is Yuka. On the gangplank is Tenno. On the beach are Noruk and Mongha. And a little bit closer to the city is
Got it.
Han.
Understood.
At least that's how I visualized it.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's also what I was thinking. Okay, so I have
Hi.
the sink a foe into the earth.
Ooh.
So I want to. It says end enemy. So I'm assuming I can just do that to one of them. So I'll
Yep.
do that to Mongha
Nice.
and
Mistress.
just to hold him
Would
in
you
place.
read that ability for me?
It says sink a foe into the earth itself, and then I can choose to mark 2 fatigue to trap them in the earth. To trap an enemy standing on the ground into the earth, they get the trapped condition. But if I do the fatigue, then I guess they can like pull themselves out.
If they do the fatigue. Cool. All right. You make a downward motion in like kind of a corkscrew direction, just as if you were spinning a heavy top in front of you, and you crouch to the ground, and the earth in front of you just kind of softens and constricts at Mongha's feet, and like Sokka in that episode with the saber-toothed lion cub, moose lion cub, is sucked down to his basically with his head and hands sticking out.
I believe his name was Fufu Cuddly something.
Yes.
Cuddly Boots. Would you read me what happens after they're trapped again? What can they do to escape that?
I don't know. It doesn't say. It says. Let me make sure I wrote down everything. I've got like 75 pages open. Hold on.
I know, same.
Same.
This
I've got
is
like all
tricky.
the different ones open.
If we were in person, I'd have all these little handy cards to hand you guys out that just have
Yes.
the statuses. Like, for example, the reason I referenced Sokka, there's the trapped condition.
Ah!
Oh, that's funny.
He's trapped.
Yeah, okay.
Literally.
It says that sink a foe in this wrote down verbatim what it says, so it's a very short description. Sink a foe into the earth itself, 2 fatigue to trap an enemy standing in the ground in the earth. They become trapped. It doesn't say anything else.
Gotcha. So the trapped condition, it's a status. They are completely helpless. They must mark a combination of 3 conditions or fatigue to escape.
All right. Okay, so he's. So I marked 2. He's stuck.
Gotcha.
And-
Oh,
One-
sorry. You get a second one. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got a 10. Where did my list go? Okay. I think I was just gonna strike the other guy. Just the basic.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'll just, for flavor, after I sink Mongha into earth, I'll sort of kneel down with my left arm towards the ground, and it looks at first like I'm kind of scooping up, but it forms into the lower half of the left arm that I've lost. A fist. and I'll hit Nora with that.
So you look like you're about to hit Mongha, but then you just twist and smack Noruk with that?
Yes.
Gotcha. Are you going to mark fatigue to make it hit stronger, or are you just going to let him choose to mark 2 fatigue, shift his balance, or take a condition?
I'll mark 1 extra fatigue. I'm already.
Cool.
I'm ready.
So you've marked your 3rd fatigue, I believe, total.
Yes.
So you choose to hammer them with your blows, forcing them to mark 2 fatigue or strike where they are weak, inflicting a condition. So it's no longer up to them. Are you going to mark 2 fatigue on him or inflict him with a condition, which can include afraid, angry, guilty, insecure, troubled?
I will.
Actually, I don't think you get to choose the condition, but you can choose
Yeah,
to give him a condition.
I think I'll have him mark 2 fatigue.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice. Good hit. Next up is Mongha, who is going to mark angry as a condition. So he now has 1 condition out of 3, and he will also mark the rest of his fatigue in order to free himself. So 2 more hits, 2 more fatigues on him. He'll be forced to take 2 more conditions, and he'll be out. But he's full of his fatigue is gone, and he is now angry. So now that it is his turn, he is going to rock column you.
Which you?
Me?
Yes, sorry, you, all of you, Han.
I pissed
So-
him off.
He's going to pin a foe with a column of earth and inflict impaired on a single combatant. If they're already impaired, they become trapped. If they're already trapped, they become doomed. So I don't believe you have any of those. So
Nope.
he's going to bring up a big rock and crush it down on top of you, which, since you were already free, just kind of serves to hamper you. But he's very angrily like, little pest.
So you said I get impaired?
You are now impaired. You're slowed or off balance. You mark 1 fatigue or take -2 to all physical actions.
1 fatigue?
Yes. When it's your turn, you can clear it doing that, I believe. So next up is Noruk. Noruk is going to rush his old friend, and he's going to use the charge attack
Okay.
with his claws extended.
All right.
So he's going to advance straight at an enemy and strike them with full force, mark fatigue to close the distance, and engage with an enemy he's not currently engaged with, inflicting 1... there might be, by the way, little note, there might be a additional mechanic about engaged versus unengaged that I'm not remembering, so it's possible this is not used this way. Little service announcement.
It's fine.
So he is going to charge you with the ice claws, rushing at you. You now will take 2 fatigue, and you can take 2 more fatigue or inflict a condition.
I will just. So, if I take 2 more fatigue, I can then inflict a condition. Correct? That's what you said.
No, he's doing 2 with the claws from last round.
Okay.
Because he's attacking you in hand-to-hand, and due to this charge, he's rushing at you. You can then, your choice, take 2 more fatigue or take a condition.
I will take a condition. I will take the. Do I get to choose which condition?
Yeah. I think. That's another thing where I might have the freedom to choose that, but...
I don't know.
We're learning. It's okay.
We're learning. We're learning.
We're learning.
Let's see. I will take the guilty condition.
All right.
I
What did you say then?
I couldn't stop him. Oh, I had said I didn't think he would stoop so low as to stealing people.
Ah.
But I also
he's going to rush forward and slash at you across the face with his huge claws, and it will shred through your clothing and just kind of up across your lower face
So
with
does
these
that-
horrifically sharp bits of ice.
Does that activate my retaliate?
It sure does.
So he'll take. Let me see. He will take 3 fatigue from that.
Oh, shoot.
One from.
Would you remind me? Okay, yeah, you're about to do
So, one from the retaliate. So each time a foe inflicts fatigue, a condition, or shifts your balance in this exchange, inflict 1 fatigue on that foe. Another one from the ice gauntlets, and then the third is from the.
that. Is that when you attack a foe, or?
It's just when you make an attack. It's just when you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then the last one is.
I don't think that one counts as an attack.
Let me see.
Due to there being a stance called advance and attack.
Okay. You're the game master. I will, but then it would.
I'll put it on this one. I'll put it on this one. Otherwise, you might not have made that combo.
Yeah.
So I'll say
but
it's 3 for this turn.
But then the third one is using with divert, just because it says if you also use retaliate in this exchange, deal an additional 1 fatigue.
Very nice. For the sake of this, I believe for going forward, you need to attack with those things, make an advance and attack. However, for the sake of it, you made that combo. You'll do that extra one with this turn.
Okay.
So he takes 3 fatigue as he slashes you. What are you doing in order to inflict that fatigue as he rakes you with an ice claws?
As he comes in with the claws to like rake it across, Tenno will just bring the gauntlets around and crush him from behind in this big bear hug.
You always were weak. As he's like trying to claw into your face with his hands. Cool. Next up is Yuka.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Yes.
Trevor,
Yes,
sorry,
because-
if you can
yeah.
answer for me.
Absolutely.
Now that that's over, does that mean that my ice gauntlets are gone?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Unless it says that something has removed them. I don't think so.
No, it just says
If you lose the claws. Yeah, we'll say no. There might be a mechanic to yanking those off of you or you choosing to do something else, but we'll say that no, you still got them.
Okay, cool.
Oh, and one more good condition. He is going to remove his prepared to mark 1 less fatigue, because he could take a condition instead of a fatigue. So he's going to take the insecure condition, not get that due to being prepared from his last attack, and he now has no conditions, 3 fatigue.
Cool.
Sorry, back to you, Yuka.
Okay. So, because the end goal is lighting the ship on fire, this turn I'm evading and observing, but I'm basically thinking like 3 turns ahead, like planning. Is there anything within, like, the ship, specifically the hull of the ship? Is there anything flammable?
Shit.
I mean, besides the ship being made of wood.
I don't believe there is gunpowder, so there's not like a thing to ignite. But I don't know my boats that well. But I will say that the inside is probably easier to ignite than the outside.
Okay.
A fun fact.
So I
old
guess I
ships
will-
used to be held together with pitch.
Yeah, I think I knew that.
Woo-hoo-hoo, noted.
Good to know.
So that
we,
if they didn't observe,
I'll come up with a fatigue count for this ship for the sake of understanding. If your goal is to really just burn it, unless you come up with a specific way of damaging it, I will give it a certain amount of fatigue, and I can have you start marking fatigue with fire.
Yeah, because it's basically like
fire-related fatigue
Next
that will
turn-
say that other things.
next turn I would get ready, and then the next turn I would smash and specifically try to destabilize the ship, the environment.
Sounds good.
So I guess commit would be the best way to go about this right now.
Sure, that
It's like-
sounds good.
Just trying to orient myself within the ship because I can't really
ways
tell
that you
what the
could
hell's going on.
destabilize this ship. It's got its anchor. It also has a sail, and yeah, you could also just generally start punching holes in it.
I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna roll and see what happens.
Cool.
That's an 11.
Nice.
Good.
Wow. Yeah, so
Uh-oh.
definitely commit. I guess sense environment.
Y'all are
would be
rolling so good.
the-
Also, you removed a
I know,
fatigue, by the way, if you had any, for
I don't have any,
evading.
Yeah. Yeah. So sense environment says look for opportunities to usefully reshape your environment. The next time you advance an attack or defend a maneuver, you may use smash or ready as appropriate. In addition to any other techniques you use, even on a miss. And then when I do that, I don't have to mark fatigue for
Sounds good.
the smash or the ready. So I'm just kind of like
Oh yeah.
getting the
Next
lay of
turn,
the ship.
assuming nothing happens to you, you'll just deal a very devastating blow that won't necessarily sink the ship, but will majorly inconvenience it.
I'm just trying to fuck shit up in the
trying to
meantime while
fuck up
nobody
ship.
knows I'm.
Fuck ship up.
Yeah. While no one knows I'm here, I'm fucking it up.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe that's everyone in combat. Did you do anything, Han?
Yeah.
Oh, you
I-
did the
I-
sand thing last
I
turn.
did the burying and the punching.
Gotcha. Next round of
just like-
combat.
burying and the punching.
And the punching.
Next round of combat.
Okay.
I'm making a quick decision. Cool.
Hello, Taco.
Hi, Taco.
Thank you for the air horn.
All right, cool. I know what they're both doing.
Cool. I'm gonna advance and attack.
All right.
To
Oh,
evade,
no. I'm sorry. Yeah. Keep going.
evade and observe.
And then I'm defending and maneuvering.
Ooh, switching it up.
We're switching it up. Wow.
Look at us.
Cool.
Oh my god.
Defending and maneuvering. Up first is Mong Ha, unless one of you defended and maneuvered. Did one of you do that? Gotcha. He's going
Cat-
to.
Cat did.
Oh, Cat, you go
Yuka
first.
did.
Yeah, I did.
Yuka.
Okay. So. What am I rolling with?
Focus.
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 You gotta focus.
Ooh, that was bad. But I think because of what I used last time, even on a miss, I still get to ready.
Cool.
Um,
Would
So,
you read that,
because
whatever
I-
that was again before?
yeah,
The thing that
so
allows you
because I
to forego?
used sense environment last time, the next time you advance an attack or defend a maneuver, you may use smash or ready as appropriate, even on a miss.
Cool.
And then I
So you
don't have to
readied
mark
instead?
a fatigue. Yeah, so I'm gonna ready. I
Cool.
guess. Yeah, I'm gonna ready and just kind of start like breathing really deeply. She knows what she's gonna do, and it just
Yeah.
requires her to deep
The
breathing
air
for a
behind
second.
you, Tenno. You hear because you're very much busy grappling Noruk, but behind you hear. these intense breathings, and the air behind you begins to heat as after like 3 breaths, you can cause and feel, Yuka, the air around you and within you is heating up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kind of like
Just
a
getting
bellows. Next up is Mongha. Mongha, who defended and maneuvered, is going to seize a position, and he is going to disengage with you, Han.
Is he able to do that while trapped? Oh wait, no, he used all of his.
He's not
freed his
trapped.
trap.
He got
Never mind.
out. He's super fatigued.
That's right.
He got out and hit me with a
Cool.
rock.
He is going to try and make a break for it. He tries to leap over you with earthbending and make his way towards town. But you can block him if you mark
No.
a fatigue.
I would like to block him.
Cool. What are you doing to block him? Mark a fatigue.
My arm is not real, so I kind of want to like up with my left arm. I can kind of extend it. It's made of rocks, kind of block him out,
Heck yeah.
or catch him with it. So
You see he's trying to... You see he kind of creates a launch pad for himself and tries to leap over you with like that kind of ejection, but you extend your rock prosthetic outward with so much force that it causes you strain, but it also bashes him in the chest, breaking his momentum, and he comes stumbling back to the earth. And he's just... You. That's his move. Next up is advancing and attacking.
That's me.
Cool.
Cool.
Go for it.
So I am going. You'll see Tenno kind of takes an earthbending stance and strikes down, and almost like an earthbender move, ice will shoot up in like a platform, launching him upward, and he'll German suplex Noruk down to the ground using strike.
What is this again? What's it called?
This is just
Strike. Ah,
but
cool.
flavored.
it's a spicy flavor, you know. So I will mark fatigue to hammer them. So I'll be at 3 fatigue. Forcing him to take 2 fatigue plus my my ice gauntlets, so he gets 3 more fatigue.
3 total.
3 total, yeah.
Right, not 2. Then
Not
3.
2, yeah, not 5 in total.
That'd
3
be
in
some
total.
crazy stuff. Cool. You mark 2 more fatigue on the guy, and you leap
be-
into the...
It would be
3
in
fatigue.
total. 3 in
Sorry. Gotcha. He is marked with insecure. What are you doing to him again? Would you describe this movement for us?
Yeah, so while I have him in a grapple, I spread out my stance and hit down on the gangplank, and the water from the river below shoots up in a platform, launching us both up into the air, and I'll suplex him onto the beach.
You see, as he's pressed under you, he just... And you see his kind of angry face shift into a, like, uh-oh face, as he's just...
You made the wrong choice, buddy.
With you pressed on top. Cool. Next up is... Did anyone else attack? Cool. Next up is evade and observe.
Pulling some
That was you. That was you, Han, right?
Yes. Let me roll.
The boulder is over his conflicted feelings.
Honestly, one of the best points of the entire show. The boulder.
Is that what is that creativity or harmony, or which one?
For
Or
evade and observe, that's either one. And you mark,
okay.
you clear 1 fatigue.
Oh, did I need to
okay,
roll anything for advance and attack?
Yes, you would have needed to roll with passion.
I rolled a 7.
That is a 7 exactly. So
Yeah,
Alright,
mine's
cool.
also 7.
Then yeah, that was 1, so you were good. And you
Okay.
were good as well.
I'm going to commit.
I like not having to roll die. It's weird though.
to recenter myself, because I feel like I'm going for results a little bit more than restraint right now. So I'll move myself back towards results and then get rid of one of my fatigues.
Cool.
And yeah, that's all I got.
Nice.
Cool.
What's this little guy
next
that I'm
up is
pinning?
Noruk beneath you is going to test balance. He's going to mark another condition, so he's now angry and insecure.
Cool.
And he is going to challenge your balance.
Didn't he already,
He knows.
Sorry, didn't he already have a condition before insecure? Or am I remembering correctly?
I mentioned that someone did, but that was them using their prepared,
Got it.
taking a
He was
condition immediately
insecure.
not taking it.
Yeah, he was insecure and then he got rid of it.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So he, knowing who you are and knowing what your balances are, he's going to call you out and say, "Self-reliant, huh? You wouldn't be winning this fight if you were all by yourself, would ya?"
Is there anything I can do?
So he's going to shift your balance away from center.
Okay.
You can resist this if you would like to resist shifting your balance,
Okay. And what?
which is a balance move.
Sorry, is that under universal?
That's in balance moves.
Oh God.
Do you not have that? I can tell you how it works.
Let's see. Maybe? No, I don't have that.
Cool. When you resist an NPC shifting your balance, you roll your balance. So I think you roll 2 die and you add whatever your balance currently is. On a hit, you maintain your current balance in spite of the words and deeds. On a 10 plus, you choose 2. On a 7 through 9, you choose 1. But on a miss, you know just what to say to throw off. They know just what to say to throw you off balance, and you'll mark a condition as well. So
what do
if
I,
you resist
yeah.
this, you'll do well. But if you fail this, you'll also mark a condition.
Okay. Sorry, I guess I'm confused by this diagram. Am I gonna be? Do I roll the top number or the bottom number in this case?
You roll whatever one is highest. So if it has shifted to one side, I imagine, because you went more self-reliant, so you'll roll whichever that value is for self-reliant.
Got it. Okay. Then yes, I will.
Okay.
I will try to resist this.
Unless you want to prove him right and be even more self-reliant.
I don't know. I did make a move to try to protect somebody, so no, I'm gonna resist it.
Cool. So you roll 2 and add that value
Cool.
before I shifted it.
Yeah.
That was a success.
Yeah, that is a 10.
Oh shit, you choose 2 then. You can clear condition or mark growth by immediately acting to prove them wrong. This won't be anything, but I'll allow you to roll something, role play something, and also shift your balance towards the opposite principle, or learn what their principle is if they have one. But if you already know, you take 1 plus forward against them.
Boy. I think. Ooh. You know, I think I'm gonna clear my guilty condition.
Nice.
Oh, and I get a second one, don't I?
Yeah, you get to clear that, and you also can shift your balance towards the opposite principle or learn what Noruk's principle is.
I think I'm gonna learn.
The more complex, by the way, the way that works with NPCs, most NPCs have at least one. The more complex NPCs actually have it like you guys and have it going both ways. But often with the lower end, it's just more of one or less of one.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'll learn Norik's.
Sure.
principle.
You learn that his principle is survival.
Ah, well. Sorry, kiddo.
Rip.
Very nice. You resisted
sucks.
his. And did you shift your thing back towards center, or did you not do that?
No. I removed the guilty condition.
Heck yeah. Cool. I believe that's the whole round. One more round of combat.
Your
potentially.
words no longer hurt me, traitor. single frozen tear just just ah. Ow! What was that? Yeah, I would have done stuff like taking the growth point and be like, yeah, I'll learn a new thingamajig, and that doesn't seem like
Forgot about growth.
Yeah, growth won't come up, but that's how you level up.
yeah.
Good
Yeah.
to know.
That makes sense.
Cool. I know one, and the other one I also got.
Oh, okay. Defend goes
I got
first,
mine,
right?
too.
Okay, hold on.
This is a neat combat style.
Yeah.
So
I know.
retaliate.
I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, I like it too. Retaliate is kind of like
If they hit you, you hit
So it's
them.
kinda
Hit
like
'em
okay. Not that I'm gonna do that or anything.
No.
I'm just making sure I understood that. Okay, cool. I think I will defend in minute.
Okay.
I think I'm going to advance and attack.
I'm also advancing and attacking.
All right. Are you all advancing and attacking?
No, I'm defending.
You're defending. All right.
Yep.
First up is defending and maneuvering. Oh, by the way, I'll reveal what they were doing. Noruk was advancing and attacking, and Mongha was defending and maneuvering.
Okay.
So first up are the defending and maneuvering. Was anyone doing that? Two of you were doing that, right?
Nope.
Just me, I think. I
Yeah,
think they're both
Han.
attacking.
First up is Han.
Yeah, they're both attacking.
Go ahead, Han.
Oh, let me roll the or decide what I'm doing.
Yeah, for those of you in the chat, I don't know how wild magic surges would work. If this became a thing, I'd try to make a
Right.
table for this channel.
That's an
Yeah.
8.
An 8, all right.
That's
You
just
can choose one. Yeah.
All right.
There's a portal to the spirit world that just opens up and something weird
Okay.
flies out.
I'm gonna, and I get to do. I can do my thing that's like on my trait sheet. I forget what it's called. The my specific type.
Your specific technique? Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do that. It's pinpoint aim, so I can take
Ooh.
time I need to line up a perfect shot. In the next exchange, if I advance an attack, I can roll with either focus or passion, whichever one I choose. And if I strike, I don't have to mark fatigue to do whatever I do.
Heck yeah.
So I'll do that.
Nice. The other defend and maneuver was Mongha. He's going to attempt to seize a position and leap around you again. You marking a fatigue to stop him?
Maybe. I just smack him.
Just like a
I'm trying to do.
very light,
yes.
just pop, pop.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll unarmed strike him. Unarmed strike.
Gotcha. So what he's going to do, so you can flavor a way to stop him, instead of trying to leap over you this time, he's going
You said
to
he's going
lift-
around me?
What he's doing, he's actually lifting a tile of the ground that you're standing on, and he's going to try and run under you.
Oh.
But
So he's trying to lift you up and then scurry beneath you and get around.
So stupid. I want to lift the ground, like where he's running towards, to kind of like wall
You
him off.
lift him on the same
So he
side.
just runs in a right angle.
You just also lift him up and you're both on tiles for
God.
a moment and then return to the He looks
Some
so pissed. Mark was
Petty
fatigued.
ass earthbending.
Yeah, and he has no idea who I am. I'm just this like person annoying him, and
Just
he's like,
like-
"Who is this guy?"
Who is this child?
Little
Who's
pest.
this guy?
Dude.
This guy's annoying the hell out of me. Okay, so yeah, I'll do that.
Funny visual. Vroom, vroom. Just lifting him in response.
Get
All right.
lifted.
Next up are advancing and attacking.
yeah.
Yeah.
I love that it's like we have WWF in one corner and then Rock'em Sock'em Robots basically in the other. Yeah.
And then chaos.
And then someone
on the
who's just
boat.
ready to decimate this ship.
I'm gonna strike again.
Strike, cool.
Yeah, so that's gonna do 3, and that can be fatigue or conditions. I'm not gonna mark the fatigue to do that.
All right. This poor dude, poor Nuruk, has all of his fatigue filled and 2 of his 3 conditions filled. Regardless of what he chooses, you overcome him.
Ah, cool.
What do you do?
I'm gonna say he breaks away from like me pinning him, and as he goes, I'm going to shoot the ice gauntlet out, Earthbender style, and clock him in the back of the head and have him just.
Cool. In fact, you break your gauntlets on his head.
Cool.
So you surge it
I've-
forward,
I've
and there's a
rocket
loud
punched.
crack as they just
Yeah.
around his head, and he just limps in front of you. He is splayed on the ground. Noruk is out of the fight.
All right, that's one.
Next up is you, Kat.
Okay. So, I am going to roll.
I'm going to roll the dice.
That is an 8.
Works.
Nice.
So I am
Roger.
trying to. If I'm using a firebending technique, does that. Can I just choose one firebending technique for this?
No. You only have the techniques that you have mastered. So you don't necessarily get to choose from the big thing. But since
Okay.
you can flavor literally any of these techniques with your bending. So
Gotcha.
regardless of what you're doing, you can firebend. You just don't get access to the mechanics of the listed named ones, because those do specific things.
Okay. Because
So whatever
basically.
you're doing,
so I was-
it can be fire. But
Yeah, because it's basically what I was gonna do is the breath of fire, which is basically like I mark a fatigue and just set shit on fire.
gotcha. You don't get access to that technique because your
the-
characters only have mastered certain ones.
Smash. I forgot
Is
to
that
wite down
one
anything
that
that I
you've mastered?
mastered. So yeah, I'm
Gotcha.
saying yes because I
When you
forgot to write them
create
down.
characters, when you create characters, you've got all the basic ones. You have the one that is you can have one from your playbook, and you also can master one from the other playbooks. So not other playbooks, but other technique lists. So you don't get that breath of fire, but you've prepared this. It won't do the mechanics of breath of fire, but it'll do the mechanics of smash. You mark one technique. How are you breathing fire to destroy this thing?
Kind of like I can't remember. I guess it's a Zuko thing, but you like step back and you motion like this and just shoot fire. And it starts out as like a small stream and then just erupts into this huge fireball that just...
Ooh.
It's like taking a hairspray and a lighter, but to the whole environment, and it's just huge.
Cool. After doing your intense breathing techniques that your dad taught you, you then, with a fluid motion, kind of lift yourself up, and then just whip around almost like a single swipe of a sprinkler that's just winging around. You just flail yourself, breathing out fire, and it just lights the entire deck all around you except for the circle that you're standing in that you can easily escape as a firebender. The entire deck of the ship is ablaze.
Oop!
Nice.
I did it!
Cool.
As I turn around from rocket punching my childhood friend.
Cool. Technically,
We
there's
did
still fatigue left, but I will call combat here. One of them is knocked out. Noruk is laying splayed on the ground, and Mongha raises his hands, and with a very upsetting look on his face, just a very kind of slimy look, is like, "You got me. I surrender."
Pah!
Okay.
You can if you want.
Oh, but I do.
You
hey,
can just kinda
hey! You got me, all right?
hops off the ship. She just comes walking down the whatever it's called.
I'm very tempted.
gang
Walking away.
I am still very
Yeah,
tempted to
she
just
comes-
knock him out for ease of keeping
Hey,
him here.
hey! You approach him, Tenno, and he's immediately terrified of you, just having kind of seen
Tenno!
what you were up to.
I know there's no need for this. Come on. We got him.
He gives you a like puppy dog face, Tenno.
He's a pirate, though.
Can I?
Hey, I'm not a pirate.
He's a pirate whose ship is... she like points to the ship
That-
and is just
yes, but that doesn't.
like... Is he a
Hey.
pirate?
I am not a pirate. I am just a guy trying to make his way in the world. Do I look like a pirate?
Yes.
That guy was press ganging
Yeah.
us into service. He made me do that.
I'm
I don't
going
know
to.
how to sail that ship. That's not my ship.
I'm gonna take my, like, deconstruct my arm, and use it to kind of like wrap around his arms. So
He now has the
I can
trapped
maneuver him, but
condition.
I'm holding it. So
Sure. He allows you to do the trapped condition on him, so he's now trapped.
yeah, he is also an earthbender, but you douse it in water and freeze it or something. I don't know.
Or we could-
Well,
or we
due,
could
due
just
to
knock
the
him out.
trapped condition, there would be mechanics for him freeing himself.
Yeah.
And he is currently unable to. He's exhausted. He's just not knocked out.
Damn, it's really gonna suck when they bring all that shit back and... Now there's no boat.
Cool. Do we
Oops.
want to just like go get the guards, police?
Who are you guys?
Don't worry about it.
I don't recognize any of you, especially you two. Looking at Tenno and Yuka.
We'll keep it that way. Don't worry about it.
Do
We could be friends. We talked this out. I'll tell you what you want to know. You want to know anything?
I don't think we're gonna be friends. No, I think that would be weird.
Hey, buddy. That guy over there used to be my friend, and you saw what I did to him. Do you want to be my friend?
No.
That's a
what?
conflicting question. I mean, sure. I don't. Do you do that to all your friends? Are these guys your friends?
I'll just look
No.
over at them.
No.
Well, I'd rather be your friend than not.
I'm gonna do it.
You just bop him in the face, and he just no blood is drawn, but he
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
falls back, wrapped
Just
in a
sock
rock
him.
cocoon.
Good.
You have 2 knocked out individuals.
So
Well,
how do we want to do this?
I guess we should go get. I guess we should go get someone.
Right, but I think also
Assuming-
they're dealing with the rest of the crew.
Yeah.
So,
Around this time, you actually start hearing shouting coming from the city. And you look off in that direction and
Uh-oh.
you see that there's smoke rising.
Oh God.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run into it.
I don't want to leave this guy.
Yeah.
I will do whatever I can to put this water out. This fire out.
How do I douse this water?
Oh no! It's just more water.
The fire won't
Well,
put
I mean,
out the water.
they're also going to see the smoke from the boat. So, I mean, if somebody's keeping watch, I mean, more people should be coming this way anyway.
Well, no,
if they see the smoke.
I think. Did you mean the smoke is coming from the town or from the ship?
Smoke is coming from both. You guys are now just able to see that there's smoke coming from the city.
Right. So I was going to the city to put out that fire.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I
All right.
want to look at the
I don't know what to
iPhone.
do.
You're
The
looking at what?
So I assume they were going. I assume the plan was for them to raid the Beifong estate, essentially.
You assume.
So,
I don't
should we go?
They were casing the rest of the town too.
Yeah, but what would they have taken from the rest of the town besides, I guess, people? But
Honestly, anything.
Anything they can get their hands on.
Yeah, money, jewelry, belongings. I mean, that's like why does a Viking pillage?
yeah. Well, I guess let's go into town. Let's see what's going on.
Leaving
Are we
these
sure
two
that
where
they
they
won't
are.
wake up and run off?
We are not.
I will.
That-
I
I
will
don't wanna
carry.
leave.
I will carry Norrick with me, at least.
Cool.
I will carry
You sling him
Mohawk
over your
with me.
back.
Yeah.
You
I
can
will-
carry Mungha.
We're both
Cool.
just like
You sling him two adult
Me
men
just
over
walking.
your. Yeah, you firemen carry these 2 men. Definitely possible. You both are very fit individuals.
Wouldn't it be great if we had
Yuka
a large
leading the way.
animal for travel?
And you head back into town. And you see some dog sheep as you get closer. The dog sheep are like running, yapping away from the town. They're like,
oh no, not the
and
dog.
they're fleeing through the streets. And you
sound-
see that there's
Trevor, what sound does the dog sheep make? There we go. Okay.
kind of like that,
I love that actually.
like a bear combined with a wolf.
Oh!
It's beautiful. All right, cool.
As you get closer, you can see pretty quickly that there's you don't see anyone yet, but you see some buildings are burning. And as you get closer, we can go ahead and quick to that. As you get into the streets, you see that 5 ruffian individuals corralling out adults and their children into the streets, shouting at them and very much not striking them, but like haranguing them into the streets.
Can I
I want to intimidate them.
take? I want to try and take some of the fire from the buildings and use it kind of like a fire whip almost, and like try and separate the people from the civilians.
Cool. You both can make me an intimidate check. I have what Yuka's doing. What are you doing to intimidate, Han?
I'm yelling at them. I'm going.
Throwing their boss at them.
I'm gonna throw Mongha on the ground and
I'll toss Norrick with them so I have my hands free.
yell.
Cool. For the sake of this, then, you guys, because you both took obvious captives with you, I will give y'all prepared.
Cool. Cool.
prepared.
So all three of you can add +1 to each of these rolls.
Okay. I was actually hoping to just drop the body and then start putting out fires.
Shit.
We'll get to that.
I only rolled a 6.
Cool.
Okay, I rolled a 9 plus.
You rolled a 6 +1, or a 5
Yeah.
+1.
I rolled a 5 + 1.
Ah, dang.
I know.
Sorry, I'm bad at math. I got a 12.
12. That's some high roll. Your flame whip lashes onto the ground in front of them, and most of the group kind of turns as if to you can see that they aren't intimidated. They look of more people to fight, and some men and women that were causing this mayhem kind of turn to wielding weapons and are just But then when they see Han also flop down Mong Ha onto the ground, all of this, every sound except for the sound of the fire and some crying of the people, all of the ruffians stop making noise entirely. And it's just with the good intimidate roll,
Boo.
you can pick one from they run to escape or get back up, they back down but keep watch, they give in with a few stipulations, or they attack you but off balance. The GM marks a condition on them. So you normally I would choose, but you get to choose because you rolled so high.
Putting out the fire.
We'll get to you putting out the fire. I'll let you do that.
This movement.
Yeah, I may go help him after this, using the rely on your skills and training to...
Yeah.
We'll have to see how they react.
Yeah, your leaders are on
Yeah.
because your ship is on fire. Drop your weapons.
So you're making them give in with a few stipulations?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. They will look at each other, not drop their weapons yet, and they'll just say, "We get to leave, and you can have them."
Oof.
We'll
like
clear
you-
out.
you're-
You see one of the women ruffians is like, "We'll clear out of here if you just let us go."
I mean, your ship is already burning down, so...
Yeah, you can't really go. I mean, you can go on foot, but somebody will probably catch you anyway.
One of the gruff guys is like, "That is how we mean. That's not our boat. That's how these lot would have gotten out of here," pointing to the captives.
Oh.
The woman speaks
You
up
don't seem
again
like
and is
you really-
like, we have no investment in this anymore, clearly. You just let us out. We'll head off that way. We'll head even to the desert. You let us out. We'll let these folks go.
Maybe go into the swamp and let the gators get you.
Are there gators in the swamp? Yeah, there's
Oh.
huge gators in the swamp. And they look very nervous.
There's some other terrifying stuff
They
in the
still
swamp.
look resigned, but they're just like, "Oh, don't make us go to the swamp."
I'm gonna send you
I
to
feel
the
like going to
swamp.
the swamp is more fair. Come up and I don't want
The gruff guy is like, "We'll go to the swamp. You let us out, we'll go to the swamp.
You also
You
leave
could
your
get stuck in the
weapons-
mud.
You also
We're
leave
keeping
your
our
weapons.
weapons. We're keeping our weapons. How are we supposed to survive against the big gators?"
Don't go near
Well, you
big
could get
gators.
stuck in the mud. And if you're stuck in the mud, then the gators can get you easier, so...
Well, you guys are outnumbered. You're probably tired from fighting. You let us walk out with our weapons. Or nothing.
No.
Also, where are the guards?
Yeah.
There are no... Well, this is just in the street. You did not notice any real guards in this town. At least not earlier this morning. And you don't know what's going on at the Beifong estate. You also only count 5 here.
If we have more to deal with, then
Can I attempt to trick them?
How are you tricking them?
Yeah.
Riddle me this.
Uh,
What trickery is meant to take place?
I would like the successful
Let me think.
trick
Hold on.
ability.
I'm trying to think of stuff to do. Yeah, there is a trick ability. There literally is one.
Yep, there's a trick
You
thing
can
right
trick
there.
an-
But
you
you
can trick
gotta
an
tell me how
NPC.
they tricked. You gotta do it.
Shit.
Eat your weapons. It's good for you. Okay. I have no reason to doubt this one.
Okay. Here's the thing. The guards from the Beifong estate, they're coming this way. They've heard all the commotion. And
Hey, they'll be
do you
tied
really
up.
want to... They'll be tied up?
Yeah, you can tell they're kind of, and I'll let you roll anyway. And for the finishing of this statement, they're like, yeah, they got a lot to deal with too. But now roll for trickery.
That's a 9.
That's a 9. That's a hit. All right. You pick one of these. They stumble, take +1 forward when acting against them. They act foolishly, and I can tell you what additional opportunity they give you, or they are overcommit and they are deceived for some time.
I guess act foolishly.
Cool. They drop their weapons,
Nice.
and they just make a break for it.
Yeah, it's fine.
They all
Alright.
you see, they all just drop their weapons and rush off to the west.
Have fun in the swamp.
Go to the swamp. That's the only thing that way.
You see the elderly woman who had run the flower shop was amongst this group, and she rushes up to you. You guys like, thank you so much. Oh my goodness!
God.
And she kind of kneels at your feet. It's just thank you so much.
Yuka immediately crouches and like hugs her, and it's just like, I'm so sorry that happened to you.
I'll give you flowers every day for the rest of my life. Thank you.
I probably won't be in this town, but thank you so much. That's so nice.
Thank you so much. And her husband and Sashi also comes up. It's like, you can stay in my hotel for as long as y'all are here. Thank you all.
Thank
And
you, thank
more
you.
bits of greeting and appreciation are lavished upon all 3 of you.
This is just for my own sanity's sake. Han, can you make stone manacles and then I can wrap them in ice so, they would have to work together very, very complexly to break out if they both wake up?
Sure.
Cool. We'll just do that shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
I
Good
can't.
idea. Is
It's
that
some
the
heavy,
combination?
heavy, chilly handcuffs.
Now they're just
I also will. Yeah, you now. You all can go about trying to put out the fire, but you also see that Sashi points off towards the Beifong estate and says, "Another group headed off that way. I think they were gonna do stuff over at the estate as well.
I want to just like...
We'll be
Okay.
ready for them. We'll all get our stuff and we'll be ready for them if they come back, right, everyone?" And everyone's going to be like, "Yeah!" And they're going to go about and start putting out the fire as well as gathering up the weapons that the people have
Yeah.
left behind.
Yeah. One thing that I want to do, if you'll allow me, is to like take a trough of water and try to turn it into rain, and have that assist them in their process of putting.
Sure,
out the
kind
fire.
of like lifting up a big globule of water and
And
shaking
then-
it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
All right. You all
Let go.
see. Is that what y'all are doing? You're kind of committing to the town.
Oh no, I was gonna do that just to make that really quick, and then I was ready to go to the Beifong estate if that was.
Yeah, let's go check out what's going on over there.
All right.
I guess.
You all head to the Beifong estate.
Hey, if anything, I can headbutt that kid again,
Mm-hmm.
and we can.
You
have
all
a
head
nice
to the
personal
Beifong
Listen,
circle.
estate.
He was an unfortunate casualty.
He seemed like he headbutt 86 times in a row. What happened?
reach the-
I don't know. He fell.
You reach the estate walls, and you see that both guards are knocked out and tied up. There's currently is no sign of other damage, but you have a feeling that the group has gone inside.
What are they
There's
tied
a
up
clear
with?
sign of rope.
Can I burn through the rope and kind of free their hands? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just a little. Shoop.
You burn through the rope, taking a few moments to. Are you doing this quickly, or are you trying to not burn these guys? Are you trying to wake them
trying
up
to
with the
not
fire as
burn-
well?
That's. I feel like they wouldn't wake up from fire. Water would probably be more useful there. But definitely
you
just
rely
trying
on
to get
skills
their
and
hands
training.
free.
No, I actually won't make you do that.
You could probably
this
just
isn't that
also
pressing of a
untie them.
situation. Yeah. I'll say that you find
Why
like
would I do that if
Yeah.
I have fire?
if this were a more stressful situation, like and pressing moment, then I would make you roll for
Yeah.
skills and training.
Skill
But
is
due to
sensitive.
the not immediate threat of this nature, I can just have you succeed at that. You very carefully kind of pinpoint pulling at it the whole time, like constantly creating
Yeah.
tension, and you free them. But they are still unconscious.
They're still unconscious, but
Bucket of water.
now at least their hands.
After a
fine.
few
Just-
moments of you tending to these guards, you start to hear shouting coming from inside, and very quickly you see that a group of 5 wielding weapons of gruff individuals are hauling out, each carrying bags of assorted things, as well as one is hauling around like an infant, the snobby kid from before. Not an infant, hauling around like an infant. Like,
Oh,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he's
So this
not
is the
holding a
same
baby.
teenager?
He's holding out the whiny kid
As
by
though
the
he is a
scruff of
child.
his shirt,
Okay.
clearly messing up his very nice clothing
Is that
and
how
just
you
hauling
hold an
him
infant?
forward.
Is that how you hold an infant?
Why the
this
scruff
kid-
He's
of
been
their neck?
misbehaving. Infant's
You
the
would
wrong
think he
term.
would be able
more
to
of a,
earthbend his
more of
way
a pain
out.
in the ass kid. Hauling
Okay.
around a pain in the ass
Hey,
kid.
I was like, Trevor, have you ever
Not
held
an infant. That is not how I would hold an infant.
Hold the baby, Trevor.
I've never held my niece before, but I would hold her.
I would like.
Follow her around.
I would like to take out the guy that's holding the snobby kid.
Ooh. Well, before you do that, I will allow that as an opportunity. But you all
Yeah.
clearly see each other, and there's a moment of they lock eyes with you and kind of halt, and you lock eyes with them. Start Spider-Man.
Fucking Spider-Man.
Hey, it's you! No, wait a minute, it's you! You can't be me, I'm you!
Before the ruffians get back their voices, the snobby kid Shu Bei Fong immediately speaks up. It's like, "Oh, but they're kidnapping me! They're robbing the house! Help us! You there! Help us!"
Oof.
Oh, now you want to... Oh.
I'm assuming
Okay.
there's like a fountain or something out front.
Sure.
They're annoying rich people with fountains, I'm sure. I wanna.
It's more of a pond. I don't think they have
That's
fountains.
fine. That's
but,
fine. I'll,
But there's a very nice koi pond.
yeah. I would like to free this kid if possible.
How are you doing that?
Well, I'd love to, bring up a thing of water and shoot it at the guy, and preferably have the koi smack him in the face in a very slapstick manner.
Cool. Roll with skills and training to do that under the moment of trying to do that deftly and accurately without hitting or immediately causing a fight.
Okay, cool.
You're aiming at Shu or aiming at the guy holding Shu?
At the guy holding Shu. That is going to be exactly a 7.
That's exactly a 7. All right. You deftly scoop up. You side glance, lift up water that contains a fish, and shoot it directly at the guy past Shu's face. But because he did it imperfectly, the fish also hits him in the face,
That's
and
fine.
water splashes over Shu as
That's fine.
As it hits the guy and he releases his grip on Shu, who rushes forward. It's like, you there, please! Save me, they're attacking the house! The other guys will say, the group of ruffians is like, we outnumber you. You all stand down. You can have that frickin' brat. We just want the money. We'll get out of here. We'll get out of your hair.
Oh,
how's that sound?
You should know that your bosses are knocked out and tied up in the center of town now.
And your ship is on fire.
That too, yeah.
Why should we believe that?
Also, that
You can go find out. I don't personally
shoot
care.
fire out of our fingers, like. Beep, 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 beep.
I don't care if
they-
you take the money. So that
I-
doesn't bother me. So you can
Well, if
take the
you-
money and
if
go
you-
find your bird.
Don't
Oh,
let
if you
them
look-
take the money! Stop them!
If you look
I
in that
want-
direction, you'll see more smoke that isn't coming from the town.
So can I rely on my skills and training? I want to try to do like the little like dance cowboy and like shoot little fire pellets at their feet.
At them?
At their feet specifically. Be like, I'm gonna make you dance.
You shoot little fire pellets at them, and they decide to engage you guys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. The-
Hey, okay, slapping someone in the face with a fish is okay, but making them dance with fire, that's too much, Cat.
That is
Illegal.
not what that was. It was more the combination of a lot of things, and they also have no reason to believe you guys, so they're just like, we
Right.
outnumber them. Let's take them out. All right.
Okay.
So you've got a group NPC here.
They're not going to be nearly as bad as the specialty guys, I think.
So when I guess it's a different combat, so keep pinpoint aim benefit. No, that's like
what?
combat. Never mind. I was just thinking because the last thing I did in the last combat was to do the pinpoint aim thing, which gives me prepared. But I'm like, no, it's a different fight, so that does not stay with me. I doubt.
Cool. So I will pick. In fact, I already have picked. So I know what they're doing. You guys choose your maneuvers.
Oof.
Okay.
Should probably look and see what I'm doing.
Okay, so for backtracking purposes, what kind of techniques were we supposed to have picked?
You have access to all basic techniques, and then you would have
Okay.
gotten one technique from your playbook, and then you could master a technique from any of the universal or any of your bending type, as long as it's not rare and as long as it's not specialized. Meaning like blood bending, lava bending, or something marked rare.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, you could start off with lightning strike and deal 6 fatigue on a hit.
Yeah.
Or I think even 9 fatigue. It's something absurd.
Oh my god.
It's ridiculous.
Cool.
Azula shows up way too early.
You're
She
not even
advances
born
and
yet.
attacks.
Your grandfather's not
That's
even
what
born
you
yet.
think. Trust it's for fools.
I have bent light so much I've time traveled. Time bending.
I'm about to become an only child. She just rants with show clothes. She's a caricature now.
I'm gonna evade and observe.
Same.
I'm gonna attack!
Cool. You go first then.
I'm tired from.
They also are evading and observing.
Oh my god! I think I'm gonna strike at them.
Gotta
I'm gonna roll with
passion.
focus. Passion.
Passion.
Okay.
Focus
thank
is defense.
you. Thank you, Rachel.
Oh, wait, are you defending or you're attacking?
I'm attacking.
Yeah, passion.
Oh, well, that was shit. Never mind. 5. I missed.
5? Alright. You can still hit if you're willing to shift your balance away from center. Then you can use one basic technique.
Okay.
So which way you shifted?
I was already leaning towards Unity, so I think I'm just gonna go one closer to Unity.
Cool. And then you can use any of the basic techniques.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for the strike.
Cool.
Yeah, so your choice, mark 2 fatigue, mark a condition, or shift their balance away.
They will shift their balance away.
And she's just basically like fire whip style.
Cool.
Just going at him.
You lash it at no one in particular, just trying to make corralling lightning strike. Not lightning,
Yeah.
fire strike. And they are now marked 1 forward on their principal. Cool. Up next are the evadings and observings. So if you're doing that, first you can clear a fatigue and roll with creativity or harmony. First up is Han.
Okay, let me clear a fatigue first.
I will also clear that fatigue.
And that's a 9. Yeah, a 9.
Cool.
Okay.
All right, you get. You can do one of them then.
Okay, I'm going to.
I like this
Commit.
combat style. This is fun.
It's really fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna commit to recenter myself again. And I'm gonna shift my balance again more towards result. So now I'm in the center.
Nice, nice.
And the next time I live up to the results, principle, do not mark T. That's what I got.
Cool. Next up is Ben, I believe.
I rolled a 10.
All right, you get 2 of them.
So can I use the same one twice? If I want to hinder twice?
I don't believe. Let me see.
Because basically it's aid or impede a nearby character inflicting an appropriate status.
Yeah, you can do that twice. I don't see any rules that say otherwise.
Cool. I want to... I guess for the first one, I can split this up into 2 instead, just for sake of whatever. The first one, I want to basically just pull that entire pond of water and, like, douse them all with it. And then, secondly, freeze that water.
Cool.
So I don't know what...
What is this move again?
Hinder?
Hinder?
Yeah, it's a
Cool.
basic thing. And so...
Aid or impede a nearby character. An appropriate status. Okay, gotcha. So you are
Basically want to...
possibly trapped,
Yeah, well, I want to put...
perhaps impeded.
Yeah, I want to just put 2 statuses on them.
Cool. They two statuses.
Yeah, because I'm doing it twice.
Gotcha.
One is...
In that case, they will be impaired and then trapped. Cool. You put
Ooh.
impaired and trapped on on all of them.
Cool, and so do I mark off 2 fatigue, because I got to do that twice, or is it just...
No,
when
I believe
choose?
you just get the one.
Got it.
Yeah. Ooh.
Cool.
All physical actions. Cool. They will take 3 to remove that trapped, because they desperately need to be able to do stuff.
Cool.
They will also evade and observe, and they are going to do a group technique, which y'all never will have access to. It is
Oh, no.
exclusive to group NPCs.
It's the
Dang
game
it.
They are
rules.
going to test defenses. So they kind of slash at each other's feet to free themselves from the bits of ice. They're still impaired with slippery shoes, but they're no longer trapped. And the group slowly probes the defenses of a foe, 1 or 2 members attacking individually to determine the foe's abilities. The group becomes prepared, favored, inspired, and learns the balance principle of the target. The chosen foe may immediately use strike on the group in turn. So they are now prepared, inspired, and favored as they are targeting you. Which of you would they go for? Probably the one who froze them up. So they're going to.
All right, Han, that's you.
The firebender.
Ha ha!
Cool. So they. Being there. And favored. Cool. They now have those three things. They are targeting you, Tenno. You, in response to them kind of getting in around you, they are going to learn your balance principles. So they
know
are
I
like
rely on myself.
they figure out what you stand for and realize that you are a man who is torn between self-reliance and trust. But as they are poking and prodding you, quite literally, and like getting in your space and dancing around you, you get a good solid hit on one of them with you get a free strike.
Well, I get a free strike.
In exchange for them getting all those bonuses.
I see. Okay, I thought they got a strike on top of everything else. It's like, yeah, okay.
No,
fine.
they in exchange are now inspired and prepared and favored. They're still impaired, but they have those.
Okay, do I need to roll anything or? I guess if I get strike for free.
Nope, you get the free strike.
I can use a fatigue to make sure that it does one thing or another.
Yeah.
You know what? I am gonna do that. So I will take the fatigue and hit them for 2 fatigue.
All right. You hit them for 2 fatigue. They will take the 2 fatigue. Ouch. Cool. Next round of combat. They are beaten up a bunch. They are out of fatigue. I don't know if I have to tell you that, but that is how that works. They are still impaired and favored and prepared and inspired. So
Hey. Scott,
I
thank
know
you
what
for the bits.
Oh, thanks.
Oh.
One second.
How dare you?
How very dare.
Cool. They will
Also,
take
as
1
we're-
fatigue.
We're getting close to the end of our stream tonight. Please,
Yeah.
we're gonna pop the donate thing one last time for anybody who is still around.
Yeah.
Cool. They are going to remove their impaired, or they can't do that yet. But yeah, they know what they're going to do. You guys go.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Then
I'm attacking.
I'm attacking.
I will. I will defend. I will defend and maneuver.
In that case, they also defended. You go ahead first, Tenno.
I am going to retaliate.
Cool. First, you roll.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is a 7.
Cool. You get 1. You retaliate. It is their turn. They also are defending. They are going to take 1 fatigue. They don't have any more fatigue. They are now desperate. They are going to remove their favored status to get an additional technique this turn. They are going to, since they are defending and maneuvering, they are going to technology defend and maneuver technique and throw down a smoke bomb.
Oh.
Throw a smoke bomb to cover
None of.
your escape from the combat. 1 fatigue to immediately impair any foes in.
Yep, we're losing him.
Oh no, Trevor!
Oh, I thought it was me again.
So they will take 1 more condition,
Okay, he's fine.
which they will get rid of their prepared to avoid. And so you all are now impaired.
Okay.
Okay.
We're impaired? Oh no.
At the end of the exchange with them and not impaired,
Impaired.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
and not impaired may mark 1 fatigue to block their escape. Oh, am I freezing up? Was I freezing
Yes.
up?
Yeah.
Am I better now?
Yeah.
Hard to say, but
Yeah,
for now,
it's
yeah.
on and
think-
off.
On and off? Is it
Every
currently
time you
good?
try and explain what happens to us, it goes away.
Well, darn. Am I currently good?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
So we're
Yeah.
impaired.
You three are impaired, and at the end of this exchange, they'll automatically escape. But any foe who's engaged with them and not impaired, if for some reason you can avoid that, or if maybe one of you wasn't engaged, you could mark 1 fatigue to block their escape. But I don't believe you have access to that because you all
Okay.
three were engaged with them. Their other move is to see the position, and they will try and escape now.
Okay. I guess.
So any foes
If
engaged
they-
with them can mark 1 fatigue, or they get
Okay.
away now.
I will
I don't
mark-
care if they get away as long as they leave the dude behind.
Well, they left the dude behind, but they
I have
all the
plenty of-
stuff. I
I have
will-
fatigue left. So
Yeah.
I'm
Well, I do
good
too. I
to
just
take a
personally,
I will.
I don't
mark,
care about the money.
I will mark a fatigue.
Cool. You mark a fatigue to block their seize a position escape.
Yes.
So you kind of can sense that they're trying to get out past you guys. But the smoke is still active, and at the end of this exchange, if one of you who isn't impaired, and you all are, doesn't mark a fatigue, they will all get away.
Okay.
So next up is, were there any other defenders?
No, we were attacking.
Gotcha. Attackers are up
Just-
next.
just end it.
Go Han.
Okay, so we either need to take a fatigue or
Well, we're all impaired, so it doesn't really matter. I think at this
they're gonna
point-
get away regardless.
Yeah, we just need to knock them out before they go.
Okay. I will. Oh, I will smash. I think if I let me first. Then I will probably smash. Oh, that's
Dude,
good.
you gonna smash?
God, you'll
I will smash.
Down to smash.
I got a
smash.
Smash Bros.
12.
12? Cool. You get
12.
two different attacks.
All right, I'm smashing. Smashing says that I destroy or destabilize something in the environment, possibly inflicting or overcoming a fictionally appropriate positive or negative status.
Cool.
So I want to rip up the gardens and throw it at them to try and hinder their escape.
Cool.
So because it's
So for that, then, just ripping up dirt and tossing it at him. I don't think with that specific description you've given that would overcome the impairment situation.
right. There's something else.
Unless you launch things into the air so fast with earth bending that it disrupts the airflow. And
Yeah,
clears
if you
out
could
the
find a
smoke.
way to disperse the air with something, then that would get rid of this type of impairment. But otherwise,
Right,
you also could
but, like-
just attack them twice.
Yeah, if I could, I'll at first try and stop them with throwing earth at them, but then if I could, like, I
Oh
was
no, are you muted? Okay, never mind.
no, I was thinking.
No,
I'll
thank
assume
you.
that there's like slabs of stone that
Just make a wall in the direction that they're trying to go.
I was gonna make a like rock them up and then kind of like but further towards the palace or
Or wherever they're trying to
and
Like-
then
escape
kind of fall forward and kind of create a wind gust to clear it.
Cool. I'll allow that. Sweet. You lift up a slab and it goes and blows away enough of the wind that you are no longer impaired for this. You three are not.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
You still have one more
Okay.
advancing attack. They are all like,
That's me.
Oh my god. Okay. What else am I gonna do? I'm going to pressure them so that they cannot use defend and maneuver.
Very nice. Next up then is I keep
Me?
forgetting your poor name this whole time. Go Yuka. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Well, you see, in my notes, I have Han as the third one, and Yuka as the first one. So I keep getting you both backwards, whereas Tenno happens to be the second one, which is how I'm viewing you three.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I rolled a 7.
Cool, you get one advance or attack.
Cool. So, because I had already used the big fire breath, I just said that was my mastered technique at this point. I was like, yeah, I've already used it once. The breath of fire is what I use.
Actually.
Oh. Well, now
Yeah.
I'm taking breath of fire as my mastered technique.
Cool. Yeah. The way I'll allow that. The way that we had ruled that, because we weren't sure what ones you had mastered, is you used Smash to destroy the boat, because otherwise attacks wouldn't destroy the boat unless Fire Breath does that. I don't know if it does. But it might.
It does.
But now we
It
can
does.
rule that you actually have that technique.
Yeah. So, assuming now she can see where the group of people
Yep, smoke
has
got
gone.
blown out of the way and they're all caught in red light.
She can see them. She's just straight up ball of fire stepping forward and just kind of how you would shoot a dart is the method that stance that she takes. So she just steps forward and goes, "Ooh," and just blows a ball of fire. She's not trying to so with breath of fire I can set alight as much or as little of the surroundings, so she's not trying to get the surroundings. It's specifically trying to set the people on fire. So they must either retreat and disengage with me, becoming impaired, or suffer 2 fatigue and become doomed because they catch on fire.
What's that first one? Retreat and disengage from you?
Yeah, they must retreat and disengage with me and become impaired.
Cool. They will retreat and disengage
They are
from you.
already impaired, I believe.
No, they cleared impaired before. So
They
they will
cleared.
gain...
I thought they cleared trapped.
They cleared both. They got a bunch of bonuses and marked a few fatigues and conditions.
Gotcha.
So now they've regained impaired. They are smoldering. They all kind of patted each other out and fled from you. You are no longer engaged with them. So I believe that is the end of this exchange. None of you are impaired, so any of you could mark 1 fatigue and prevent their escape.
Is anybody else gonna do it?
I would like to prevent them escaping.
Cool, because I only have 1 more fatigue left, I think.
I've got plenty, so I can do it.
I have 1 more left. Also, you do it.
I had 3 left, so I'll
Cool.
I'll drop down to 2 and prevent
I kept
them.
hitting people.
What are you doing to impede their escape? Just getting in front of them?
Kind of making a ring of fire around them,
Nice.
start corralling them with fire.
Cool. You kind of
And being
light
"No, you
a
gotta stay."
semicircle on that side of them. Just...
Yeah.
which costs you some fatigue, but they now are very desperate and are kind of scrambling, looking for a way out.
Oh my god, you're stuck. Oh.
Due to being desperate and being unable to defend themselves, they will drop their weapons, drop their money, and will end combat.
Nice.
All right. We give up. Please let us go. You can keep that stupid
technically it's not us that you have to deal with now. It's the Baythongs, and
at that,
I'm
you
sorry,
see
that's gonna
Shu-
suck for you.
Shu shoots up and marches towards them and is like, "That's right. You are all under arrest, and I'll see that you are not you guys pointing at all this group, and you are going to rot in prison forever for what you've done. That will teach each of you ruffians.
Hey,
And they kind of drop their heads and kind of accept that.
hey man,
You're welcome, Shu.
I'm just gonna shoot Shu a look.
yeah, like maybe a little bit of mercy in this situation. Like I understand.
He brushes off his clothing, which is clearly only slightly torn, but beyond
Thank
terrible
you.
for presentation.
But I do want to remind you that it is this exact behavior that is inciting people like this against you.
You could also tell us
I don't know these ruffians. I
Exact-
am not responsible for them. They committed a crime against me and my family. Where are the guards?
You
And
can
he's
still
going to
tell us
turn and
thank
head
you.
back into the town. Not into the town, but into his estate.
I'm gonna grab
Okay.
him by the.
Grandfather!
I will grab him by
Grandfather!
the collar and pull him back. Han, I think you're probably the best one to say words in this situation. There's a reason why people like me
I just
headbutt
wanted to
you
hear
upon
thank you.
meeting you, and there are reasons that people like them try to steal and kidnap you. And I think it has a lot to do with the way that you treat people. Are we understood?
Roll me intimidate. Or no, that's different. That's different. That's combat related. Roll.
I think it's passion.
Yeah, roll me a plead.
Okay, that's
Normally, this guy would not care what you think, which is important for this role. But we'll say in this particular scenario, roll me some harmony.
a harmony, not okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Been good all
He-
night. Give me good.
Or no, or unless you're really trying to intimidate him out of a certain
no,
action.
I'm okay with harmony. That is
Or if you're trying to guide and comfort him.
more guide than comfort, but
Cool. You would still roll harmony.
that's a 9.
You rolled 9 on harmony?
Yeah.
All right. They will choose one of these. They can either embrace your guidance, or they can shut you
or
down.
I can
and-
headbutt them again. Oh no! He was headbutted by the people kidnapping him.
Oh, so sad.
Oh,
He looks at you all for. He looks at you all for a moment as you're holding on to his lapel, not gently at all, very much tearing the clothing that was already loosened and ripped up. He's kind of looking back at you, Tenno. I'm not responsible for all the ruffians in this town. I'm not in charge. You can hear him kind of relenting a little bit, but not sure of how to process. He's embracing your guidance, but you may
one
ask
day
one
you
question.
will be.
You may ask one question, and they must answer honestly.
Right. What would it take you to feel a little bit of responsibility going forward? I'm not saying forgive these people, but to prevent this from happening again, what would it take?
I don't know. Our jail cells couldn't fit so many people.
Yeah.
You can tell he's kind of scrambling. He's
Right.
trying to answer honestly, but is not of the right mindset to answer the way that you are wanting.
Right.
But he is trying to grapple with what you are saying.
I
Just be
I'm
nice.
I want to I'm not going to stand close to him again like I did earlier. I'll have you know that one of the two people that were leading this group has been terrorizing this town since I was a child. You are not unrelated to this, and this group was not related to the town. It is not some force that came in from somewhere and attacked. He killed my father. He destroyed my arm. He's terrorized the people of this town. Decade. And what have you done?
What has your family done?
It's like nothing.
He doesn't know who I am.
And
He has done it to so many people that he has no concept of who I individually am. He does not recognize me, that he is a terror on my life individually. He has done it to so many people.
And you need to remember that one day you will be responsible. You will be in charge.
Roll me a guide and comfort, Han.
I don't know. I'm bad at that. Okay.
But you can, if you want, live up to your principle.
Oh, yeah.
Because you've got
So, okay, what
results
do I add?
pretty
What do I
high,
add?
right? Cool. When you're living up to your principle, when you take action in accordance with the value of your principle, you can mark one fatigue to roll with that principle instead of whatever you would roll to normally roll.
Okay. So, the guidance thing, that's harmony, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is one higher than the other?
Yeah, my harmony's a -1, but I'm neutral on my balance right now, so I wouldn't lose that point.
If you wanted to mark a fatigue, you could roll neutral on that rather than -1.
Okay, yeah. I'll do that because it's a 7 and I would have a 6 if I did
You rolled
harmony.
and it's a 7?
Yeah, it's a 7.
Cool. He looks you in the eye and looks at your lack of an arm. And he says, "Very well. You could put me down now."
I don't know if I want to, though.
Do it.
Fine.
He brushes himself off more literally now rather than kind of the prim and proper frustrating way. And he's like,
Also, you still could say thank you to us for, saving your life and preventing you from being kidnapped. But that could be a start for you.
"Thank you for saving my life. I owe you
That
all
was good.
a great deal."
That was so good. Good job.
He winces
How does that
at that.
feel?
He winces at that honestly kind response. He's like, "Please don't patronize me."
And maybe you can.
Even though that's
not
not what
patronizing,
that's
no.
not what you were doing, but he responds.
I know, she's
that
like-
way. And it's,
She's like, oh my god, no, I mean that so genuinely. Like, that was a growth moment. And, it's really good
And
job.
Maybe you can tell it is your grandfather, right? I remember that.
at this moment, you actually see coming out in a nightgown. You see a maid, the old butler from before, and you see Liu Beifong coming out in their very ornate night clothing.
That can't be comfortable to sleep in.
Money's comfortable. And
Who needs comfortable when you're rich?
Liu Beifong walks out. Is it? Are you, Shu, are you all right? Yes, grandfather. I'm fine. These. He looks back at you, all kind of side-eyeing. These heroes saved my life.
That feels weird.
I was under attack. There's all the money, valuables that they were trying to make off with. In fact, there's the ruffians over there. Oh wait, did they get away? I forget as a GM.
No.
They did not.
No, they're in the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, they're in the Ring of Fire, and their leader
That's
Oh,
is
that's right.
still
About
in-
They actually are
there's
still
actually
like
more?
this, and they're just like, we surrendered.
Yeah, because I had them with fire, corralled.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually another group that ran off into the swamp, and there's a boat on fire in the river.
And their leaders are tied up.
So
in
it was
the
a
middle
much
of
bigger
town.
operation. Yeah, that.
But thanks for the training. That was eventful.
You did all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
The townspeople were really kind, so we didn't want any of them to get hurt, and then we just also saved Shu.
Thank you for
Your stuff.
saving my grandson. And Shu looks very sheepish as he's kind of staring at the ground.
You're welcome.
I guess there's no rest for the rest of the night. Get my carriage, he says to the butler. And after a few minutes, he kind of rides back out into town, and you all accompany him. And for the rest of the evening, with Shu actually taking somewhat of a standoffish, but still apart, they touch base with all the citizens who had been put in danger. The fires are put out, and they head to the river eventually. And neither of them are there. Oh wait, sorry,
No.
you handed them over. They are arrested.
I was about to say.
Yeah, we put icy
sure they were in
manacles
town.
on
I
them.
would have been so
That's
mad.
right, you did that. Both Mongha and Noruk are arrested and put into I don't know if there'd be a town jail, whatever equivalent the Beifongs have it there.
Take them to Lake Lao guy.
I know, right? That's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say.
They basically put him in the most defended place that the Beifongs have. They actually take it upon themselves to hold them. And after a good couple of days, reconstruction begins. People seem to be feeling better. The wreckage of the boat was kind of pulled out of the water, and the waterway was cleared. And you all find yourselves meeting with Liu Beifong, and Shu actually have called you back to his estate. And you are treated more courteously from the moment you arrive. You are let in very much like a actual bow instead of like a, oh, I guess this is what we do to the peasants. It is very much a more reverent admittance, and no comment is made about touching anything. No comment is made about that. And
Is the old man still wearing my booger pin?
absolutely,
Perfect. Put a lot of work into that.
yeah, you had mentioned what it was, right?
No, you said it was a rare ore.
Yeah, I said it was a really rare
Yeah,
ore.
meaning that you see that it is no longer strapped to his clothing. It is actually in the form of a pin now on Liu Beifong's lapel.
Nice. Doesn't need
And
that.
you
Hey, I did
you
mine
all
it
wait-
myself.
you all wait for only an hour this time, as opposed to quite a while to meet with Liu Beifong, and he
great.
greets you in his space. You all have done such a great deed for Gaoling. I'm quite indebted to you. I thank you. You saved my grandson. You apparently saved the entire town from what would have been a devastating tragedy. You have my sincere thanks, and as long as you are here, and I have a fairly long arm of influence, count me as a friend.
If you wouldn't mind sending a letter to Zhengzhu.
Drink redeem.
Drink redeem.
Uh.
I don't have anything to drink on me. But if you wouldn't mind sending word to my master about the whole situation, that would be...
Already done.
Oh, perfect. I don't know how to write,
Shu
so...
brought it up 2 days ago.
Oh, perfect. Well, that's what I was here for.
You have my sincere thanks. If you'd like, I can give you a little bit of traveling funds, as I understand you all are readying to leave. But for whatever my name is worth, you have its support.
Oh,
In fact,
you.
Yuka, I got some research done on the few in town who actually know who you are, and I heard that pardon me, your family might be in some need of support.
So, yeah. That could help.
I will do what I can. Admittedly, all the way in the Fire Nation, my long arm's a little bit shorter of doing some direct good. But I will pull whatever strings I may to get your father a better paying occupation. Get him a little bit out of... You're welcome. And for you, of course, I don't have a... Are you all seeking occupation, or are you off to whatever you're doing?
I think we have more things to do elsewhere. Training and stuff.
Excellent. Best wishes on that. As for you, your name was Han, right? Han Zishin? You have your family's from here, right?
Correct.
Do you still have family here?
My mother is much older, though she still lives. That's the extent of it.
And one of the individuals that is currently locked up, he was responsible for that.
Yes, Mong Ha has been a menace on the poorer communities here in Gowling for some time, and killed my father when I was much younger.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I have two things to offer you. One, I can make sure that your mother at least remains stable as my support. But also, in addition, I can offer you this. If you can choose a fate for Mong Ha, I will carry it out.
What was I saying?
Whatever you truly seek for him, he seems to have earned whatever fate you give him. And you needn't worry about repercussions.
I don't believe in killing him just because he has killed others. I think the most fitting thing would be to give him the rest of his life alone, contemplating his choices and all he's harmed.
We've got a pretty sturdy metal cage for him. It's where he'll stay.
Oh, nice.
Well, very well. Best wishes to you all. I must return to my work. But thank you again. And whenever you return to Gowling, you are welcome at certain times of day, certain days of the week. And he will bow to you. And you are clearly led out of the estate. And with that, that is where we will end.
God.
Is there anything else that you would all like to do, or anything to touch on? Or
I want to blow up the Earth Kingdom. No, I'm just kidding.
roll me with skills and training.
And now, the end is
That was so fun!
so
13.
Good. 13? Jesus, you've been rolling so well with that.
Just,
Which checks out.
God.
it's just everything goes. Yes. Anyway.
Thank you all for playing. And thank you all for whoever's still left in the chat. Thank you all for watching and being a part of the stream. Thank you for everything you've donated in this week.
Yes, thank
It's
you,
been
everybody.
a really great amount.
I know,
really
thank y'all.
cool showing. Thank you for supporting me as I stumble through this system. This was
so
super
fun.
fun, and I really want
was
to
so
run
fun.
it again
It was
when
so
I
great
have
job,
my
buddy.
faculties. I have
Oh
been
my god.
for those who don't know, I have not been able to type for days, and it has been terrible for my planning of this adventure. Because all of my ideas normally go on paper. Instead, they have to stay up here, or I have to use this dictation app that I have and say capital basic moves colon, which is painfully slow. And I then end up having to like type stuff anyway and do like spacebar, backspace. It's lame. But this was a blast, and thank you all for being a part of it.
Yeah.
Again, thank everybody for joining us this week. Our total so far, if you still want to donate in the last few minutes, our total currently is $2,259.
Wow.
So,
Good job. Damn.
yes, you can find us here Tuesdays, or every other Tuesday, every other Wednesday, and most Fridays. But Fridays we are taking a break. We have our second season of Feigning Elegance. We are in prep mode for that. We have our players and everything set up, so we're just doing the writing bits now, and then that'll start here soon with DM Dreamy. And yeah. Other than that, we will see what comes along in the future. But thank you guys for sticking with us this week. And until then,
Thank you all so much. And thank you for joining us, Adrian. It was wonderful to have
Yes,
you.
it was great. I had a great time.
But
That's my best friend!
I think we are going to raid Dork Tales, because why not?
Yeah!
So that's there. So, until next time, clickety clackety, please come backety. Bye, everybody.
Yeah!
Bye.
We're doing a raid.
Thank you.
Be ready to raid, everyone. Click on the doodly doo.
Let's get ready to raid.
Let's get ready to raid. And we're raiding.
Yay!
And
Yay.
let me end our stream.
And we're going.